Good evening, folks. This is Colin from Kincaid Outdoors for my last live of the year of 2024. Thank you all for coming. Thanks, Rob. I see you're the first one in, as per usual. We're going to be talking about a little bit of everything tonight because this is going to be a long one, folks. I am going to go from now until midnight, Central Standard Time, Iowa time. Now, I am going to be tired by the time this is over. I used to be able to do 5 or 6 hour lives long time back in the day. So this is going to be a first for me for a very, very long time. Now, I do have some things to show off. I got some things to talk about. I got things to look forward to. So we're going to talk about a little bit of everything. You may be going to sleep by then because it is a little bit of a time. But see, if I remember correctly, you're an hour is Eastern an hour ahead of us or behind us? Ahead of us, yeah. So about depending on what it is. So England, I got
midnight here is 1 a.m. there.
You sure?
Yes, they're an hour ahead.
No. I'm talking about Rob's in England, so.
Oh, it's more than an hour.
Well, let's see here. It's about, I have no idea. I'm trying to figure this out. 1 a.m. where he's at. So he's going to be tired. He's about 6 hours ahead of me. So I know you're going to be tired, brother. So don't worry about it if you have to go to bed. Like I said, I got a little bit of everything to discuss tonight. We're going to talk about good things. We're going to throw some bad jokes. Who knows? We talk about things that's going to be going on in 2025, along with my knee surgery, which is another thing that's coming up in about 2 months, just over 2 months. Got some things I would like to discuss. But we can do one here on the panel. Things that we look forward to. Macus, of course. We're going to go on and see what happens. I don't know who's all going to be in because I know other people have other plans. But I'm going to do my best to keep myself afloat until that time. Ian and I did have a chance to go out and do the last day of thrifting for the year, and we got some interesting finds. Nothing majorly thrifty for prepping or bushcraft or anything like that. I mean, I've got maybe one item that I will be showing off, and I got a couple things for Jenny. She's got it over there by her right now. If you want to see it, let me rotate my camera. That'd be right there, the little Grogu. That's what I got her. She's right there eating her supper, trying to keep it away from the cats. Hey, Blake, how you doing? Happy New Year. I'm glad you're here, brother. I know you're at least East Eastern, so he's an hour ahead of us. Okay, I know it's about 8 o'clock where you're at, so I'm going to attempt to go to midnight. Now, whether I make it there or not remains to be seen. I will do my best. If I need to, I've got a bottle of Pepsi back in the fridge, or I can make myself a cup of coffee, depending how it goes. I've got some things I'd like to discuss that's going to be happening in the next year. I'm going to talk about some of the stuff that's happened in the last year or so. Got some new things I want to show off, which one thing I'm really proud of, and some things I just picked up today, which is really neat, and something that Jenny got me yesterday. It's going to be a small miniature unboxing. When I mean miniature, it's just minuscule. It has to do with one of my minor hobbies of playing Dungeons and Dragons. It's nothing about the game itself, just a little figurine that they sell at Walmart. We got it at the bin store in the Looney Bin in Des Moines yesterday. So it's going to be a little bit of everything. soon as we get 10 people in here, I will be showing off one of the deals I got, or both of the little figurines. I like Legos, pretty much. So they're going to be interesting to see how that works. I do have one of the finds that I acquired. Jenny's haven't even seen this one yet. Huh?
Oh, deck of cards.
No, read what it says.
I can't read it. I don't have my glasses on. What's it say?
Waterproof.
Oh, there you go.
And it's not just any kind of waterproof, though. I'll show you. This is the Joker, hon.
Oh, cool.
So, for any prepping thing, you always need a good set of cards. This is just thing, as you can see, it's see-through, but it's a playing card. But you still can't read what it is, except, there's the Joker. So, yeah, this is one thing that most kits will think about is something to keep your mind busy, because sometimes you're stuck in a position where you can't go anywhere, you can't do much physically, like myself. I mean, or Jenny, when she can't walk very far because of the things that's going on with her, or me until my knee surgery, I can't walk very far myself. Other than playing video games, which sometimes if the power goes out, we're kind of screwed on that point. But we'll have the ability to do some things, but not everything. Because we don't have a generator here. Unfortunately, that's one of my things on my list. With approval from Jenny, obviously. I hope everybody had a good Christmas. If you had, I really hope, I'd like to hear what you got, if you got anything. Jenny gave me the go-ahead to buy whatever, one big thing when I get a chance to, and she'll have to agree to it. So I don't know what it is yet, but I'm going to let you know in the future. That's down the line. But so guys, get me up to date. How's things going with you guys? How's England? How's Georgia? How things in your guys' neck of the woods, both close and far? Iowa is very, very windy, and it's 28 degrees. I'm not going to do the gas prices because it doesn't really matter, because it's always different wherever you go. Food prices, they are what they are. Unless you do a lot of homesteading and actually have chickens and your own food sources to help do that. We have not yet had Ian's squirrel that he got, but he did get a decent sized squirrel over Christmas, which I'm really proud of him for. So what's going on with you guys? I am rambling here, so bear with me. Blake, Rob, what you doing? Calling all cars. Anybody there? Do not make me pull these cards out and start playing solitaire. That is the worst thing a person can do while on a live. Cold, wet, and windy here. Weather warnings in full effect. That's sad to hear. I'm sorry to hear that. I am going to do I am going to check the weather, make sure. We do have the last 3 to 5 days, we've had nothing but heavy fog where we live. I had not left the house except once today. I don't know how the weather was in Des Moines. My wife is going to probably let me. Was the fog still there, or is it
rainy?
Okay, just cold and rainy. She doesn't give me any more detail than that. Was it like heavy rain, light rain? Misting. Okay. That means it's like borderline freezing rain then, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see here in Newton. Watch the Northern Lights on New Year's Eve. I don't know if we're going to be able to with the weather we got. Yeah, we got a lot of cloud cover. It's going to be cold. I will tell you that. With wind chill, it feels it's 30 degrees at the 28 on my computer, but it's supposed to be feel like it's about a lot colder than what it is, about by 10 degrees colder.
I think next Wednesday the high is 5.
Next week is supposed to be about the high of 5, so that's going to be interesting to see. But what you guys didn't hear, this is what I picked up. Hoyle waterproof cards. They're flexible, they're hand washable, they're easy to shovel, and 100% waterproof. So, and if you're like that one guy who could throw these things, probably pretty deadly. They're really flexible. You can see through them too. You guys can see.
Gambit.
I'm not Gambit. I cannot speak with a Cajun accent to save my life.
The guy who throws the cards.
No. I wasn't speaking comic book wise. There's a guy who does throw cards for a living.
All right.
You could stand on the stage and throw a card all the way over an audience and have it boomerang right back at him. Yeah. Okay, they had Rob says he had a thick fog over Christmas. Now we have moderate weather warnings. That technically means risk to life and property according to the Met Office, but we downplay everything. I hate to say this. The Brits downplay everything. Jenny was stationed there. She probably could tell you the same thing. I've known more than a few, and I know you guys play it close to your chest type situation about things, but I worry just the same. I do have some items I would like to discuss with you guys. On this kind of day, one of the most things I would think would be worrisome, besides the weather itself, which is still worse than where you're at, is the celebration effects that people tend to do this day, like overdrink, undereat, and don't get enough sleep, and they still try to drive. So if you do are going to go and buy, but please do not drink and drive. Be safe. I don't want to find out from some third. Don't be stupid.
You don't know.
You heard my wife. She says it all. Make sure you have a ride if you do imbibe. Someone who has not drank, that would be even better. Or take a cab or an Uber or whatever it is that you got over in England if you decide to do that. Or in Georgia, for that matter, or whoever else is listening, because we got right now, I'm showing one, but I think there's more than that in here. Because right now I'm showing myself, let's see here. I can't tell. I got to look it up again. Yeah, I just got a couple of us in here right now, but that may change. Yeah, I forgot to. Oh, on my YouTube side, I forgot to. Oh, I bet. Any New Year's resolutions or anything like that? I have some ideas for myself. I'm not sure if my wife has any for herself.
Nope.
There might be a few for ourselves as a couple, and as a family, because, always improving ourselves and our position is always a good thing. So that's one of the things we're probably going to do. We haven't sat down and actually discussed much, other than she's got a few surgeries coming up. I've got a surgery coming up. She's got, yours is the one on your hand is a outpatient?
Yeah.
Okay, but your foot is an inpatient one.
No. Yeah, outpatient as well.
Really?
Yep.
I would think it'd be overnight.
Always outpatient.
Okay. My knee's overnight, though. Yeah. So basically, you're going to have to come back twice or stay with me the entire time. Yeah. I know you don't like staying in the hotel in the hospitals because of the feelings you get. She's very, very empathic, so it bugs her. But I have a plan. I don't have a date yet or anything like that. Of a possible small get together up in Yellow River for a couple of us, just because I want to be able to go out, get some backpacking done again once my knees require fixed, which so it's not going to be till way after February. Probably not till after April. It's going to take me some time to get myself back into the swing of things and going back to work and putting in for vacation finally and figuring things out from there. And going to get myself back to where I need to be for doing the things I want to do. I've got some really cool ideas that I'm going to be doing in the next 6 months, hopefully. Some things might take a little longer due to the fact that time and money and vacation time. What's the attribute word for the year for you there, Rob? So I'm not familiar with what that means. Were you there over New Year's, huh?
No, I didn't leave the base.
No. You didn't talk to anybody then?
No.
Okay. Jenny was restricted to base pretty much by her own admission, right? For yourself.
Yeah, mostly because I couldn't afford to go anywhere.
Yeah. It wasn't like I was when I was in Germany. Everything the mark was like 2 marks per dollar back in the day when I was there.
Plus, I was in the middle of a D&D session.
Oh, okay. There's your answer. She was in the middle of playing Dungeons and Dragons.
You pulled an all-nighter.
I've done those. I pulled old weekenders before.
Oh, that's what you did.
Yeah. The longest session was probably about 72 hours. Started Friday night, worked my way through Monday night. So Friday to Monday is pretty good. Picks an attribute, and that will be they try to live up to, work on. Okay, that's not too bad. That's sort of like a resolution. What word did you choose, if I may ask? Or is it something you personal you don't need, you can't talk about? We try to, I know what I need to do for myself personally. And I know what I need to do as a husband and family man, I got to do. And things I just want to do for myself. We got to work that all into one package if we can. Because things are going to be interesting. I've been working on some of it. This is part of it in advance. So it's going to be interesting to see how things go. I'm hoping I know what Ian's is, but he hasn't said anything. He is here, by the way. He's just in the other room on his computer, so we're going to have to wait and see how that works. Mine, I'm still having to think about mine, to be honest, because there's no one word thing I can do to change things. So, Blake, are you still here, or are you just hanging out, or just hopping streams, which is totally, possible. I am doing my best. I've got some things I want to show off, like I said. I'm not sure if anybody else here plays Dungeons and Dragons, but Jenny and I have. And one of the things we would like to do is finish up our basement where we could set up a D&D setup down there. We got a nice table that's perfect for it. And our basement is nice and big for it as well. So we just got to do some organization. Some lighting. A decent table setup would be nice. But we're going to have to wait and see on that one. Oh, that's nice. Rob's word he has got to do is resolute. to remain set in his purpose and endeavors. That's pretty good. I really hope you can do it. Because resolute, that's a strong word, right? You're not going to get a lot of more than go, answers from Jenny unless she has an opinion of, she wants to let people know or interject a pun or two. I had a good experience today. Ian and I took the truck to go out to get breakfast or lunch in our case, because we were running a little late, and we stopped off at Goodwill, which is why I picked up the cards at and stuff, and her Grogu. Couldn't get our truck started, but a really nice guy from O'Reilly's helped us get our truck started. Ian ran over to use his gas can to go over to Casey's to get $10 worth of gas, which got us all started. And this young man just basically, he gave us a can of seafoam and some gas treatment stuff to help me get the truck running. And he got my truck started with a jump starting pack and everything. And he didn't. I tried to pay him. He wouldn't let me do it. And his name was Mark from O'Reilly's here in Newton. And I would have put good wishes and well wishes to him and his family this holiday, I guess. So thank you, Mark, wherever you are. You did it awesome. Like I said, one of the things I did pick up was this simple little pack of cards. It doesn't look like much. And to most people, it wouldn't be much. But it is complete. It has two jokers. They also just put little L's and a B on there, so big and little jokers. Hey, Templin, how you doing? Glad you can make it. Happy New Year. I hope you and yours are doing well and have a wonderful new year coming up in 2025. I am going to attempt to try to go 5 hours today. I can't guarantee it's going to happen. I don't have a lot of caffeine in me as of yet, but I do have options. I do have some coffee I can make for myself, as well as at least one Pepsi that I can go with, because that way I can, try to keep myself caffeinated until the New Year happens. It's going to be a long 5 hours. I do know that. I've got some things that I'd like to discuss that it's going to happen in the next few months that some people knew about, some people didn't. With my surgery coming up in February on my knee to replace it, which will allow me to finally get out and be more active and be more proactive in my thrifting skills, my bushcraft skills, my archery skills, definitely. And maybe a little more bushcraft videos and stuff. Actually, get some more videos done this year. This next year. I have not been very prolific in the video department as much as I used to be, because just getting out and trying to do videos while you can barely walk is not easy. Can it be done? Sure. But I let myself go on that point. On a good note, my weight as of yesterday, I was down to 275.4. down from originally from 317. So a total of 42 pounds lost in the last few months. I think I'm doing really well at that point. Case in point is that I've lost 2 pant sizes since then too. I went down from a 52 down to a 48, and it's a loose 48, folks. So it's going to be interesting to see how much lower I got with it, since I got 2 more months to go. I don't know if Templin, if you have any New Year's resolutions, you have anything that you are grateful for over the last year, I am going to be going over some of the things I do. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it. I was kind of surprised about my pant size, because Jenny held up a pair of pants and I didn't, that I hadn't worn in a while. And she said, "Oh, why don't you try wearing these?" I go, "I don't think I can fit those." then Ian made me kind of challenged me to try them on, and I did, and I found out I tried them on, they fit, and then I looked at the size, which I thought were 50s, turned out to be size 48s, and they were a little loose. I put them over my sleep shorts, and I'd think, wow, they fit. They don't feel tight. They're not snug. And that part in itself was like, wow, an eye opener. That's some proof that I have, besides the scale, obviously, that what I've been doing is working. So once I get my knee fixed and I go through physical therapy and everything else, I'm going to work my butt off to get my stamina back up, my strength back up, and get out on the trails again and start doing some more fishing, more archery videos, thrifting videos, backpacking stuff with my wife if she allows me to take her places. I don't know. It's up to her. Because I know there's a couple antique shops that she would love to go, and I do know she may want to go with me to the Washoe County Flea Market again. Well, if you have your issues taken care of before May, you might have a chance, huh? So we can bring the wagon for you. So you maybe, but yeah, that's because there's 3 Washoe County flea markets this year, and I am definitely going to be going to one of those overnight and camping out at the campgrounds that Herbert T. Outdoors, Dan, and I, and my boy Ian had stayed at. And I'd have to look it up to find out exactly which one that was again, because I keep on forgetting the name of it, because I've only been there a couple of, what was it? But that's not a common one, so I'm going to have to look it up. Let me see here. I'm going to be looking this up where I can get this. Let me see here. I'm trying to remember how to get there because it's been a while since I've been there. Okay, give me a second here. Lake Belvedere Park Campground, Belvedere Campground. Nice little park. We never got to do any fishing or anything because we just camped out there. So hopefully this next year we will get out there at least a couple times to do maybe some fishing videos or something like that. I have no idea yet. I'm going to use the cameras that I have, my phone, some other things, and my GoPro to see what we can come up with. We may catch something, we may not. Who knows? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but I can understand that, machinery makes it difficult. I was recently diagnosed with partial deafness in my left ear due to a military issue. Being left-handed and firearms going off on my left side tends to do that. So I lost part of my hearing on this side. I do have the perpetual ringing as usual, but most veterans have, but I'm partially deaf in this left ear, which my wife gets mad at me about all the time because she says I can't hear her. Then I'm going to say, sure, I can't hear you. It's not my fault. As she already knows. But I hope your New Year's Eve is going well, Teflon. I don't know where you're located, but I hope yours is going to go well, and your Christmas was good as well. That's a lot of wells, but who knows? We're going to be discussing some archery stuff tonight. We're going to be discussing some hunting places, some backpacking, fishing, bushcraft, you name it. We're probably going to talk about it. I'm going to try to talk about future giveaways, maybe. I don't know yet on that part. I have to do some figuring out because I have some ideas. So we're gonna have to figure some things out, see how that works. Definitely got some bushcraft ideas, and I've got some new fuel that I picked up at the Looney Bin in Des Moines. And for Templin, if you didn't know, I'm from Des Moines. I'm from Newton, Iowa. So, and I'm really, yeah, how would you describe my ability to find things, hon? Lucky, good, blessed. Jenny calls it luck. So I'm good at finding things. And I've found stuff when I was working temporarily at the D.A.V thrift shop in Des Moines to find a lot of backpacking gear, about $2,500 worth of gear for under $100. And so who knows what you're going to find? You don't know till, just keep your eyes open and get, that's all I can tell you. I did recently find yesterday, give me a second here. Like I said, we were at the Looney Bin, which is a Amazon bin store. And they're open a couple times a week. And they start off really expensive at $10. Was it $10? It goes down to, starts off at $9. And every day after that, the price drops to $1. So since we were there yesterday, it was $3 a day. And I picked up 5 bottles of 99% alcohol, isopropyl alcohol. For those who are in the bushcraft community or backpacking, whatever, who have alcohol stoves, that kind of thing is well sought after and definitely needed when you run like a Trangia or anything similar to that effect. I personally like denatured alcohol because I can get it at any hardware store. A little bit pricier, but I can still do that. But right now is what I got. Denatured alcohol, which I carry in my Optimus, fuel bottle. That's what I use for it's a Trangia knockoff I got off of Temu, but it works extremely well. And 90% of my gear, Templin, if you don't know, is thrifted. And I don't understand how I find things. I just get lucky, as Jenny says. One of the items I have is my MSR mess kit here. It's got one big pot with lid, one bowl, and it also came with a kettle. This kettle is very old school, and this will tell you that it is MSR. All this stuff, these items were MSR because this is the old mountain safety research stuff. And it even had the appropriate pot holders for that. But please forgive me. I got to blow my nose real quick. Apologies, folks. One of the things I got in here is my little Transient knockoff. I don't have the cross deals for that, but between this, the 99% isopropyl alcohol, or my denatured alcohol, or even a bottle of heat, which I have over here as well, could be run off of these to cook and heat up food. This thing weighs next to nothing. I did have a heavier duty one that was brass, but I gave it to my friend Dan, Herbert T Outdoors, because he didn't have one, because I purchased this one because this one's aluminum, and it's hadn't seen a lot of use yet, not like my other one did, but this will at least cut down the weight that I have. But I got multiple fuels I could use out of this one, and multiple ways of using that fuel as well. So if I am talking too fast, or if you want me to go back over to explain something, please let me know. I will be showing off some items that I acquired recently, and one item that I acquired a while ago that I finally completed a project on that I will be doing something with sometime in the next 6 months, hopefully. Because I am an archery instructor, traditional archery instructor, which means I don't do with compounds. I do with longbows and recurves, and I am learning how to make arrows. So one of the items I do have is that Fletcher that I had picked up from the Three Rivers Archery that I had to put together, and it's going to be interesting to see what kind of stuff I can do, because I can pick up both 4-fletched and 3-fletched arrows. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of stuff goes on. Because my fletching dig, I got an Avalon hexagon multi-fletch that I paid for quite a bit of money for, that I finally got all the parts to put together, and you'll get to see how that looks in a moment. Hey, Cecilia, Happy New Year to you. I hope your Christmas went well, and I hope your New Year's is going to be even better. I'm just going over some things that I would be talking about. You probably heard me talking about my Fletcher, which I'll be showing you in a bit, that I finally got put together. And it's going to be really nice to finally start making arrows. The main thing I need is going to be the shabs. That's my biggest thing I do not have at the moment. That's why I've got to work my way up to that. And extra fletching, of course, because I do 4-fletched arrows for myself. Ian himself likes 3-fletched of certain colors. My wife, she doesn't shoot as much, but if you chose a feather fletching for yourself, what colors would you like?
Purple and green.
Purple and green. Okay. Because Ian likes purple and black. I like green, or gray in this case, because I'm going to go all gray with mine. So it's going to be interesting to see how that turns out. I've got some green ones, which I'm going to be making some stuff out of and things like that. I do have some feather fletching that I'm going to be sending to Blake. It's over. I can't remember where I put it, though. It might be in my box. I'm going to have to take a look. I've got my kit here. I thought I put everything in here, but I can't be guaranteed sure on everything. I'm still trying to organize all my gear where I can actually do stuff with. I got a couple boxes that I'm going to be going over and stuff with. Let's see here. I'm not sure what that's for. But I have most of the gear, with, like I said, exception of the shabs, to make at least a dozen arrows, I believe. That would be 6 of the field point types and 6 of the broadhead type. I see you're being shepherded that direction.
Yeah, in my sport.
I did show off one thing before you got here, Cecilia, as something I think most prepping kits, even bushcraft and get home bags and bug out bags with stuff would need. It's going to sound stupid, but it's a simple pack of waterproof matches. They're flexible, hand washable, easy to shuffle, and 100% waterproof. The only reason it says that they're 100% waterproof is the fact that they are made of plastic. See through. You can't see the numbers or anything, even if you hold it up to the light. It is, you can't read them. But they do have some interesting designs on them. Got 2 jokers. All of them are accessible. The back is blue. So it's going to be interesting to see to have these available. These didn't cost me very much, less than $1 for these. And a couple other things. But I'm going to be working on getting some arrows made up for both hunting and archery practice. Like I said, I do shoot 4-fleshed arrows, which my arrows are right here, as you can see. So we're going to be, I have more than sufficient amounts of nocks available. I have so many nocks. I bought a while ago, probably about 4 or 5 years ago, I bought out a complete supply at Walmart when they were doing their season closeout for 25 cents a dozen. So I bought every one they had. So these will work out great for what I use for them, because as a person who shoots 4-fletched, I don't need any index nocks, and they're easy to see when I shoot them. Now, I am going to buy the pre-ready-made shabs, so that way I don't have to do a lot of stuff with my tapering tools, which as you can see, I have here. I have 3 of these. Now, this one here is my 23/64 ones, I believe. Yeah, these are my 23/64 size, which is the really big shabs. And this one here is my 5/16. I have another one somewhere in here. You don't know where it ended up at yet. Oh, here it is. That is my 11/32, which is, this one's a little different than the other two, but it does do the job. So if anybody has any questions about archery, building arrows, anything like that, let me know. I'll answer them to the best of my ability. I do have some plans for a lot of the stuff I want to be doing. Like I said, I'm going to try to do 6 broadheads, 6 of the field points. And then these are the field points that like I'll be doing. I try to reuse a lot of my gear if I can, because it just, I like to recycle as many as I can, because I don't like wasting tips if I don't have to. Now, there are some tips here that I will not be using, because while I could probably use them, I won't need to, like my fire basket arrowhead, or my, I just had it, give me a second. I had another one, I just had it in my hand, I just got to figure out what I did with it. I will find it. It was another of my bodkin points, which I just sat down. I didn't realize what I did with. It's in one of my boxes here. I just put it down and I forgot about it. But I may swap out, instead of the broadheads, I may go in for something simple, more simple than my hex head blunts, which work really well for when you're hunting small game. Because sometimes you got to compromise between big game, small game, and the like. Thanks for letting me know, Cecilia. I do also have the ability to make bowstrings, but I am literally down to 1 color for my bowstrings, and I don't have enough material to do almost anything. This is all I've got left, and I desperately need more. This is B50 bowstring material from Burnell. I am going to be working on getting more supplies in where I could actually keep it intact over here. I do have some extra serving material of this kind. This is the black one, but the other one I've been using is more of a alternative black and white color, which is I tend to use for my necklaces and stuff like that. But this is what allows me to do my serving strings. I go old school when I put my stuff together. I don't use a lot of modern materials. I mean, I could use a smudge pot for my glue and stuff like that. This is just ferrule type that I like to use, or my give me a second here. My platinum fletch tight for my fletching. I know some people use fletch tape and things like that. I don't have a tendency to use any of that, but I use what I can to keep myself busy. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I am not afraid to answer questions about archery here and things like that. Because I've got multiple things I could discuss, from how to carry rabbit and squirrel on your belt without, carrying them in a bag or something like that. And bowstringers, if that's what you want to talk about, because I've got two different styles. I actually have three different styles, because I got one on my new bow right up here, which you can see hanging down slightly, which I just picked up that one recently last month for $105 from Amazon. They do have them in left and right models. They go from 30 pounds all the way up to 60. They are a takedown model, recurve style, which are great for packability and things like that. It does have the ability to use sights if you choose to use those, or you can add it for setup for bow fishing and things like that. So there's various options. You've got to figure it out. Now, I wanted to get some more people in here. I'm not sure who's all going to show, but it's still early. I don't know. I haven't checked my Instagram recently to see if anybody's answered, if they're going to be showing up or not. I have not seen anybody listed on Instagram saying they might make it or not, so we're going to have to wait and see on that. Some of the items that I acquired recently are not as bushcraft thrifty as you usually see here, but it is more the geeky side of me, stuff I like to do that's less physical, but more keep your mind challenged type of thing. Not just the cards, mind you, but that's kind of cool. But give me a second here. I'm going to put this stuff back. Cecilia, I did acquire some more isopropyl alcohol for 99% isopropyl alcohol from the bin store yesterday. I got 5 bottles of that, and that was actually pretty cheap considering. Because usually when you get them online, they're a lot more expensive. Hopefully, I will be able to transfer them into better containers for the purpose of not making sure they don't leak. Because right now, the containers they come in, I'm missing one. I'm going to have to look for it. But should have 5. I got 3 over here. I've got to find out where the other one is. But it's just simple. Limo, 99% of isopropyl. They said it for technical use. I gave one of my 5 to Ian. He uses them for cleaning parts and stuff for his gaming. But also that works really good for the alcohol stoves, which I like. And if you have a pressurized alcohol stove, like a Primus 8R or something like that, those would work really well with those. The only thing, they need to be primed a little bit, but they're a little heavier than your average Trangia or such. But they do work under higher elevations and things like that. So if I'm rambling, please let me know. If you have any questions, please let me know. I'm going to be rambling on for quite a while because I'm going to be here for another 4 hours and 10 minutes. Hopefully. I don't know how many people here. I've talked to a lot of people who are new here in here that Cecilia, are you still here or am I just rambling? Because I'd like to know. So one of the items that I would like to discuss that, I have figured out over the year is, you guys, everybody has a lot of hoodies, generally, as you can see, got the drawstrings. Now, what I figured out this year, which is really, really cool, is that last year, because I'm considering this still 2024, back in 2023, when we had our big YouTube gathering over at Elk Rock State Park, that I acquired through someone stealing my shoelaces, some survival shoelaces from Molly, Pest Hunter Outdoors' wife, when we were at the gathering last year. She stole my paracord shoelaces, and I had to replace them with these. I have since replaced the boots that those were in. They won't work for my new boots. So my idea is taking said paracord shoelaces, these survival shoelaces that have the little ferrule rods at the end, and using these for drawstrings in a hoodie. If you're out going through customs or whatever it is, you have this on you, and people, if you ding or whatever, you just show them you got just your drawstrings. It's got the little metal pieces on them. That you'll have that with you no matter where you go. So it should be able to make it through customs. Although you have metal zippers and stuff like that on your jacket anyway. So just go that route. So no matter where you go, you'll have the ability to carry ferrule rods with you no matter where you go. Now, these are not really to call super heavy duty or anything like that. You will need a striker because I don't have the striker available with me right now, but they will work with any sharp 90-degree angle with either a knife or some side of sharp objects, whether it is, an arrowhead, because once you get the little coating off, see if I can get this to work, because I have never used these, never tried this before. It's a new one for me. No, probably not that one. Let me try something a little bit sturdier. Ooh, I like this one better anyway. That's not working either. So I'm going to try an actual knife because you never know. Because these things are tiny, like I said, and they haven't really been used. There you go. You can barely see it right there. See, there's a little bit. It does work. Now, I don't know how well that would work. At least you got something in an emergency situation that you'll have to get your fire going, but you'll be able to carry it with you wherever you go. It is a little fire. Are you saying no fire through the customs or anything like that? Or does that I not make a little spark? Because I did get the spark going off of this thing. It's a tiny one, but it's not meant to be super obvious because these are normally for shoelaces. Now, if I want to carry my big ferrule rod, that's different. I mean, I've got several ferrule rods if you want to go that route, but I have multiple that I carry with me at all times. That's just a last ditch one. If all your other ones got acquired by somebody and they don't want you having them or something like that. Oh, yeah. What am I doing? That is in. Oh, wrong bag. Wrong bag. Such as this one. Like something like this one. I don't have a lot of sharp. Let's see what's that one. It's much heavier duty, beefy, comparatively to the tiny one, which is this one. This one here is an emergency one, last ditch effort. If you have nothing else, at least you have this with you. That's all that matters. Now, something like this has a better striker, which might work better on the little one. As you can see, like that. Now, I don't know how well that would work on this one. Because this one here has not really put a little spark out there. But it's just a lot of practice, because in an emergency situation, if you're down to this, you're pretty desperate. And you wouldn't be doing it in midair, obviously. You'd be doing it down below into a tinder bundle, of course. But at least I have been able to get sparks off this. Tiny sparks, mind you, but still sparks. Now, I haven't tried the other side, because these still have the black coating on these. These have not been used at all for that purpose. These are about the same size, a little bit smaller than the size you would probably see in a Ferris, a little magnesium block kind of thing. These are actually smaller than that. So you don't know exactly what you're going to find spark-wise. But you said you got to work it up the best of your ability to get it to spark properly. The sparks are not what you call overly huge or anything like that, but in a little bit, it's better than nothing at all. Now, it's going to take some practice to figure this out. And it's not like something's going to be instant flame or anything like that. If you're really worried about, carry a lighter. But you see the little sparks there. With a proper striker, obviously. But I have those somewhere. I just don't remember where they got put because I was cleaning. But that's, an option at the very least. It's not what I normally would carry, but if you have it in your hoodie, I'm just using it around my neck right now because my hoodie straps are sewn in, so I can't replace these like I'd like to. Because these are very similar to the ones I have, because these used to have plastic covers on them that would pretty much resemble these right here. So this is the one that comes up with my hoodie, which it cannot come off. And this one, it's got little metal banding. But try replacing your hoodie straps with one of these ferro rods. You'll always be able to have fire with you. Now, is it a great method of fire? No, but it is the ability. All it takes is a sharp, straight things. I mean, I could probably even use my little thing of jasper for my necklace, possibly. I have not tried it yet because I hadn't had a need to. Oh, I got an idea. Give me a second. I had an idea. This is from Cornfed's fire starting kit, which I'm supposed to be getting to him if I can find a way to get to him when he's off work. Just a piece of chert locally sourced from Iowa, from a farmer's field. Let's see if they can get that. Oh, there he goes. So you can use a small sharp rock with these as well. So that's an option. Now, if you have anything that requires a drawstring, even if you use your, if you're wearing like pajama bottoms or something like that, you can wrap this as your waist, use it as a drawstring tie for your pants, anything like that. Or if you have a bolo tie, and you have one of those, you can probably use that as well. I'm not familiar with bolo ties, so I just thought that was an idea. But look into it. You got 2 of these, not too bad. These came from survivalfrog.com, so check them out. Now, for those of you, give me a second here. I got to find my case for my knife. I took it off there and I put it down. I can't remember what. Oh, there it is. I don't want to stab myself by accident. Hey, Jared, how you doing? Happy New Year, brother. Hope things are well with you. Did you move already or not? I know you said you were moving again to Missouri, I think. So I don't know. I am going to be planning a get-together in northeastern Iowa. If you can't make it, that's fine. I'm not going to be able to do anything until after my surgery date and at least 2 months after that. So probably not till late April, after April, maybe May time frame. So I'm going to have to wait and see how that works. Then my planning phases will probably kick in from there. Right now, I am got some ideas about some things I'm going to be working on. I got some other stuff that's not as serious, kind of silly. But one of the items I'm going to be talking about here is archery related, but I have not shown that off yet. Oh, dude. Okay. Please forgive me, but I need to ask, can I get at least 2 pounds of venison from you if you get one? I could really use some venison. I have not been able to hunt. Ian got a squirrel over Christmas, but that's not a lot. Just asking, brother, because I need some meat, some actual, free range meat. You got to send me a message on where you're at so I can maybe try to come down visit or something. We'll figure something out. I'm in the process of getting my surgery in end of February because I'm scheduled for that day. So literally the last day of February is when my surgery is. And I'm going to be there overnight. And then the next 2 months, I'll be through rehab and things like that to get my knees back in shape. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate it. Hey, love. Can you come here for a second? I know you're busy. That's why I'm asking you to come here real quick. This is important. Well, I don't want to yell it across the house. Well, Jarrett finally got moved to Missouri.
Okay.
And he's going on a deer hunt.
Okay.
And I told him if you got a deer, if he can probably float us a couple pounds of venison. You said he'd see what he can do.
Okay.
So what do you tell him? Because he's right here. You say
thank you.
So that is cool.
All right. I'm going back to me.
She's gaming right now. Me, I am just going through some stuff. Now, Jared, I'm not sure if you caught my little discussion on survival fishing shoestrings for replacing drawstrings in your hoodies. You can use them in your coat. Do that with your coats if you have them that have the drawstrings with the hoodies. That would be great if you have them in just a regular pullover or a zip hoodie like I like, because I like these. I can just unzip it to cool off a little better. But little survival things with ferro rods is always a good option. That way you can keep it with you wherever you go, and it's always available. And you can use it to tie your hoodie up if you need it. Or like, if you're like me, I don't do anything with my hoodie, my poles until they go. I can't use this one because it's sewn in the back, so they're stitched in place. Also, I do have some. I'm not sure if you have an alcohol stove or anything like that. I do have some extra denatured alcohol, not denatured alcohol, some 99% alcohol. Which we got for like $3 a piece at the Looney Bin in Des Moines. I try to buy as many bottles as I can when it comes in because that stuff works great in my little Trangia burners because they're easy to carry, especially if you go hunting a lot. Those things will both keep you warm. That also help you heat up some water for coffee or cocoa, or even if you're doing ramen or any other just add water meals, you can use it for that as well. I like using it with heating up water with my little kettle for coffee mostly. But cocoa has been my second favorite lately since I've been losing weight. I am down to 275.4, folks, and I am slowly losing more. Hopefully, by the time my surgery happens, I'll be down even further. I don't know where I'm going to be in 2 months, but I'm hoping it's going to be a lot less than I am now. Now, I do have a get-together that I would like to plan. I have been talking over with SD Mountain Man as well as Herbert T Outdoors. I don't know if either one of them can do it yet because we're just putting feelers out to see what can be happening. Because literally until I get my surgery done, I am not able to do much. I have some other things I have to work on, but I am going to be doing that. I am going to try to be on until midnight tonight. I do not know if I'm going to be able to make it. I'm going to do my best because I generally kind of wind down around the 9 o'clock time. But today I have some back at caffeine. I have not gotten it yet. So I'm just going to go on adrenaline first, then caffeine if I really, really have to. I hope your Christmas went well, Jarrett. I'm really glad that you're here. I have not seen you in a while. So how's everybody doing? What's new? Did you get anything cool for Christmas? That kind of thing? Keep me informed because I've been rambling for almost an hour now. Over an hour now. I am going to be showing off. Let's see here. I don't know what that is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, these are the feathers I'm going to be using with making my arrows. My first set of arrows. So I look forward to being able to use these. These are just amazing. I thought I had them. I wasn't sure. But I'm glad I found them. So these are going to be my first set of arrows. There are 50 of these. I got those off, I believe, Temu. And these are 5-inch barred feathers. I do 4-fletched, so that's why I got so many. This will allow me to do all my arrows and have so few extras just in case I need them. Oh, way to go, brother. That's nice. I didn't really get anything, but I did get a permission to my next big purchase. My wife can't say anything about it. So that's down the line. I have some ideas, but I have to wait and see. Now, one of the things I did acquire in the last year was a Fletcher from Three Rivers Archery. I finally, earlier this week, got it put together. As you can see, this is a really nice Fletcher. I've got the clamps down here in a box. And as right now, these are set up. These are both 3- and 4-fletched setups. I'll show you what I mean by that. This is an Avalon hexagon multi-fletch setup. And please forgive me. in order for me to see really close, sometimes I got to take my glasses off. You'll see little pips on the end, on the little right there, and all the way around. When they have 3 of them, that's a 3 fletch. If they have 4, like the top one here, that's 4 fletch. You set your knock into there, and you'll set the inclination to by sliding this back and forth either direction to a left or right configuration. So you can have a right helical or left helical, and set them up that way. And they just, give me a second here, fit in here like that. That way, when they lock in, you just tune them in there like that, and I can just do four fletched, left helical, right helical, whatever, all day long. So I've got to get the shafts. I've got the nocks. I've got the tips, but I'm just going to get the shafts, and that's the most expensive part, and that's down the line. And I'm going to be getting those from Three Rivers Archery. I hope to get more than just a couple, but I'm going to work on it. Because as of right now, the shafts are, I'm getting the pre-finished shafts, because that way I don't have to do any dip tubes or anything like that. And I could get them in the draw weight I use, since I use a heavier bow than most. So I average between 65, 70, and up. So if I'm using my one longbow, it's a 74-pound longbow. So I'm going to probably have to go with 70, 75. And that way I can get them in the cut, the distance length that I use, add field points, mount field points, and the glue-on nocks. Now, just those without the fletching, which I already have, it's $117. But I don't have to do any of this stuff. They have it pre-cut, pre-measured, all that stuff, which is nice, and pre-dipped and sealed. I don't have to do anything other than put the fletching on. So I've got that set up. I've got a place in mind to set them up to do that. And I will probably be making some arrows within the next 6 months, 6 to 8 months. Hopefully sooner, depending on how I feel. Because I am going to be down to at least still homebound until somewhere in April, if not a little after, depending how things go. Minus any complications from the surgery or anything like that. But with everything that goes well, I'll be set to be making arrows before the end of next year. And hopefully I can start making some money, making some arrows for people. But that's down the line. I am nowhere near that competent in my skills yet, but I'm going to make me at least a couple dozen till I'm happy with it. And Ian said he wants a dozen, but he's going to be paying for his own arrows out of his own pocket, not my pocket to his pocket to back to my pocket, because that doesn't make me any money. But that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to give me something plenty to do before spring. And hopefully I can get some arrows made for both rabbit hunting and squirrel hunting, and possibly some made up for deer. Because I've got some good arrows that I'd really like to use. One of the best ones I prefer is my Zwickis, which are these right here. Are great for deer. I don't plan on doing a lot of deer hunting, but I do have these. These were my favorites. I've lost a couple of those already. But I'm working on it, as the saying goes. Hey, Took, how you doing? Thank you for coming. Happy New Year's to you as well. I did pick up a few things. Those people didn't catch it at the beginning. One of the things I picked up for my prepping bushcraft gear, it's going to sound stupid to some. I picked up some Hoyle waterproof playing cards. People say, "Oh, water." These are just simple plastic see-through cards. Well, you see through the panel, but you can't see through what they are. As you can see, I can see through it. You can see through it, as you can see, but you can't see through it in this part here where it's blue. But they're all there. I paid a couple bucks for a buck or at least a buck for these. So these will keep you from going crazy in my bug out bag. So that's it's in it. They're all waterproof, so I don't have to worry about them being destroyed or anything like that. I will be making some arrows in the next year. Hopefully I get proficient enough where are competent enough to be able to possibly make a dozen or so for somebody else, but that's down the line. I am not going to be doing any dipping or anything fanciful or wraps. I'm going to be doing some basic arrows, just enough where you can hunt with them. They're going to be good arrows. They're going to be basic. And sometimes these will be wood. They're not going to be cedar. They're going to be cedar arrows, but they're going to be really good arrows. I can tell you that, because I would not shoot anything less. I have tried shooting carbons. I am not a fan of them. They're too small and very, very light compared to the bows that I shoot. Because I shoot the light side, I shoot 55. On the medium heavy, I do about a 74. So I got to find something in the medium there that I could shoot both. Do you have the Hoyles, or what brand do you use, Tuck? I mean, literally, these are really, really nice. Like I said, these are Hoyles. They did mark them with large and small jokers and stuff, big and little. They're simple blue, I see. And there's my friend Dan from Herbert T Outdoors. How you doing, sir?
What's going on, folks?
I got a new acquisition as of today. Waterproof playing cards.
Uh-huh.
And as you and I have been into situations where there's a lot of rain, the ability to have something we can do to keep our minds from going nuts in the rain is paramount.
Well, that's definitely a survival tool right there, because we all know you can start playing a game of solitaire and somebody's bound to come along and tell you to play a card.
So you can play that one on that one. Or if you're, anything like that, especially if you're playing rummy or something like that, and someone's always behind you saying you should play that one. I did pick up something something else I'm also going to be giving to you, Dan, because I gave you a Trangia knockoff alcohol stove, correct?
Yes.
You're getting a bottle of this.
Okay. You gave me one to go with it.
Well, I didn't realize I already did. Okay, I got 4 more bottles still. But I'm going to be using that with mine in conjunction with the denatured alcohols that I already have. I think I mentioned it to you when we talked the other day. I finished my Fletcher. So I can make arrows. This was in pieces, so it didn't look anything like this when I got it. It was just in a box. And it's got nice feet and stuff like that. I can do 3-fletch and 4-fletched arrows.
Looks like some weird medieval torture device. Put it on over your head.
Technically, it is if you have people shooting at you with them. So I'll be making wood arrows with it. And I do have the feather fletching that I plan on making my first dozen with. Right here, I'll show them to you.
Nice.
Yep. They're going to be
color.
I'm going to do 6 of the broadheads, 6 or actually I might do 6 field points, 3 broadheads, and 3 blunts. That way I can have, depending on what I'm doing, I'll have access to at least 3 arrows of each type for small game and stuff. Because you know well that I prefer shooting small game over big game because it's more plentiful, and small game doesn't outrun you as much as a deer will. And Happy New Year, brother.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you too.
And Max says Happy New Year too. He's right here in front of me, as you can see.
I was gonna bring Pepper down, let her say hi to everybody, but she was snoozing. So,
Well, Mac just shows he comes and goes. So he came down to see what was going here. I think he heard your voice, and then he realized you're not Cliff.
I'm a little bit shorter
And a lot fuzzier.
by about what, 5 inches?
Well, you're about my height, right?
Yeah.
But well, how tall are you?
5'10".
Oh yeah, I'm shorter than you by 2 inches.
Yeah.
So I was also discussing about possibly going to the Watcher County Flea Market again and going over to the Lake Belvedere campground and camping out there for while I do that. Oh, another thing I was going to show you. These are the nocks I'm going to be using for the arrows.
Yeah.
Because I use a 4-fletch, because these could be either 3-fletched or 4-fletched, depending on what kind I need. I prefer the ones without the index nocks for my 4-fletched, because they don't need to be set up for anything. You just grab them, knock them, and shoot them. Saves you time, especially if you're doing speed shoots and stuff like that. Let's see here, what else?
I like the Luminox.
I was considering getting some of those, but finding the ones for traditional arrows are not as easy, and they're not cheap.
Yeah.
Another item that I actually picked up that's going to help me do all the arrows and stuff is my new, if I get this to work, a new torch, which I can lock in place. I don't have to, that way I can help work on my arrows. I can heat up my glue, do everything like that, and everything else. This is the butane lighter stuff. I got my fuel over here on the shelf. That way I can do my my field points or my hex points on my arrows, for that way I can use them for anything. And for those people who think that these things are not, I shoot light bows, I have flattened this particular one's head. It is pretty flat. I hit something pretty hard, which is why I generally like using my hex points when I'm shooting at stuff for blunts and stuff like that. But I do have my plastic points and stuff like that that I also could use. But that's in the future. I do have some plans because of the next, as of yesterday, I am at 275.4, Dan.
Nice.
From my weight at the clinic. So I've still got some time. I got 2 more months to go before I get my surgery date. So I'm hopefully going to be down hopefully in the 50s if everything goes well.
So we'll have to put some rocks in your pocket.
Well, I might get blown away, right? I'll be a very stocky 250 if I do that. I mean, which is, for someone my age, around 250 is not too bad. I have not done any feed setups for small game. I do know a lot of places. Dan does too in his area for a lot of small game that's available. Though I do try to tend to do bows for the small game on the ground, and to me, anything from turkey on down is small game to me. But even though turkey may be considered big game to other people. But if it's on the ground, I can probably hit it with my bow. If it's a squirrel, I'd rather use a 22, but that remains to be seen, because my boy on Christmas got his first squirrel, big chunky thing about that big, body wise, not including the tail. He tried to convince me to, Dad, we need to process the skin. I don't know how to do that. I'm a firm believer. I hunt for food. I don't hunt for trophies. And I'm not sure when the last time Dan went hunting.
Ooh, a little over 5 years ago.
Oh, because I got you on here. We discussed this on the phone. This is what I'm giving you.
Nice.
Well, like I said, you'd like the case. It's orange. You love orange.
Yep.
Obviously. No, but the case itself is one of these sleeves that you put your tarp in to keep it, together. But the ropes, some of the guy lines, which I was telling you about, not all of them, but some of them are orange as well. Heavy duty, as you can see. So, and it does come, give me a second if I can find it. This is what I was trying to tell you on the phone, which is kind of hard to explain without showing to you. Some of the corner ones are these.
Yeah.
Which are pretty heavy duty.
Ooh,
they're plastic, but they're heavy duty plastic.
Those are big.
Yeah. You're just going to need to get some stakes, which we already discussed. But the other thing that you're going to need is, give me a second here.
I got stakes coming out the wazoo.
This is the guy line right here. And it has one of those loop alien deals, which looks like that. Now, don't ask me how it works. I don't know.
Well, how's that work?
Good question. Your guess is good as mine. I mean, I'm probably going to have to look on. You're probably going to have to look on YouTube or something, because I have no idea. But when next time we see each other, you're going to be getting this. Okay. So, I don't know if that's going to be at one of the flea markets, or is it going to be when we do our get together? If we get a chance to do that, don't know. We're going to try. But you already looked online. You know how much this thing is worth.
Yeah.
And it is fairly large for what it is. It is a ridgeline tarp, so you can do what you will with this, because I have a lot, which I acquired. And like I said, it is in an orange bag, which you'll know which one's yours at all times. The only thing, I've never heard of people doing food plots for small game, though. Have you?
Not for small game, but definitely for deer.
Yeah, I've heard it for deer. But I do know if you do put like corn or something down, rabbits, squirrels, raccoons, anything small would always go after the food too. Not just deer, but because they know that those animals are messy, and the smaller game will go after it because it's easy food. But I live in Iowa, and there's corn everywhere. My friend Jarrett is now living in Missouri now. So he's going to deer hunting this weekend or so. So he's going to be hopefully picking up a deer or two, which I humbly and gratefully begged for at least a pound or two of venison, because I have not been able to go out hunting at all. Ian's been doing all the hunting the last year, so, which really depresses me a lot. But, oh man, so many ideas. I can't. I don't know. I do have a couple things that Jenny got me from yesterday, that when I got the alcohol with, that I am going to be showing off in a bit. They're kind of immature. There might, if you do Dungeons and Dragons or did in the past, you'll understand. And I'll be showing those off in a bit, because I haven't even opened them up yet. So I have no idea what they are. They're the cheapy ones you see at Walmart. if you ever pay attention to that kind of thing. Uh-oh, we lost Dan.
There.
Do you set up stuff for small game there, Took? I mean, I haven't done it because I don't own big enough land for that. I do have squirrels in my yard. I do have a groundhog in my yard. I've had deer in my yard, but I have not had, because I live directly on the edge of town. I mean, literally my back fence is the edge of town, and on the other side of it is out in the country.
This is my latest tarp.
Okay.
That one I was telling you about. That's the let's say it's like 14 by 20.
That's really, really big.
Yeah.
Well, you saw how big this one here is, like maybe 11, 12, 13 size. I'm not sure the length.
I'm sure I'm going to be able to show this. It's going to be black on black.
Took, my wife and I both play. But this is what I was talking about. My wife got me a couple of these little mini things.
Oh, yeah.
And they have like,
you see the size of the,
about 10 different little characters they could be. They're random, so I have no idea what they are. And I got 2 of these, so I have no idea what they are. I'll be opening them up later, so you'll know what they are.
Loops.
What is it?
There's the size of the loops.
Oh, that's not bad.
See that?
Yours
Not
are more
very
rounded than the triangle ones that you're going to be getting.
Yeah. I thought they were going to be the bigger triangle ones, but evidently not.
That's probably the same material, though.
Yeah, it's plastic.
But your tarp is going to be the the green one. So that would be something you might put your big one either on the ground or way overhead.
Yeah.
As an extra shelter thing.
I'll be back in a minute. I got to go get somebody.
Well, I can understand that, Took. Have you been talking to Doug? I know you guys aren't too far away from each other. I haven't heard from Doug yet. But, dang it. I'm going to be opening up one of these guys, so bear with me here. How the heck did I make myself big? There we go. I'm going to be opening up. Oh, sorry. I'll be opening up this right here. That's what it's going to be. One of these characters. I have no idea what it is. Ian got a Mind Flayer earlier and a Witch. Jenny's got 3 so far that I picked up for her from randomly here and there. I still have no idea what it is. Hey, Jason, how you doing, brother? Links on the top of the chat if you haven't got it yet. You're more than welcome to come on up. I don't even know which one I got yet.
Okay. Here is the
give me a
guest
second.
of the hour.
All right, you got your puppy. Hey, Pepper.
Say
How you
hello.
doing? I wonder if what Pepper would think of Pepper. Pepper's my daughter, Took, if you didn't know. No, I opened up the first one, Dan, and I have no clue what it is because it could be any one of all these. So I don't, and on the backside, it doesn't tell me anything.
She's watching.
So I've
Tell
got
him.
the instructions right here. I'm going to get to
Tell
see
him.
what it is, but I have no idea what it is yet.
Okay.
Oh, I hope you feel better soon there, Jason. Ooh. I think I have something with a cape. It requires a cape. So that might be, I'm not sure if that's going to be the vampire or what. I don't know yet. Ooh, it's got a sword. So I don't know. It's something new. Which one's got the sword? I don't know. I don't even see one with a sword. So got a little sword.
Hey,
These These are Lego based, folks. So as you can see, they are made by Lego.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug, how you doing? I mean, you say one thing and he just shows up.
Hi, Molly.
Hey, Molly. I still don't know what I got. I think I might got the vampire. I can just keep his head from falling off. His face, there's two faces, one on the happy one and a mean one. So I might have a vampire. I got a rat, so I think I got the vampire one. So
You're being watched.
I don't know. I've only seen one of these, so I don't know exactly how this thing goes together. There's the base for it. These are, be great, the right size for if you play Dungeons and Dragons, and you can put them on your characters and stuff like that. I'm gonna put the cape on first, because that way I can keep track how this thing goes on, because I have never done this before. Ian did it the first time. I did get two of these. Ian got two of these, but he got a witch and a mind flayer, if anybody remembers those things. Man, these things are tough to get in there. There's one. I didn't want to put the head on until I got the arms in. And with all the new rules they got with Dungeons and Dragons now, it's like they took a lot of the fun out of it, in my opinion. Sorry, folks, this is really tiny, and I'm doing my best to try not to mess this up. Okay, where's his head? What do we got here? I'm not going to go full on vampire face because I don't like those. And his hair. He's got two faces, scary and regular. So it's going to be fun to see how that works out. Okay, he's got to have a sword in one hand. I'm going to make him left-handed because I can. Because I am left-handed. This is going to be a left-handed build. Jenny's got one of these guys over on her shelf. And so it'll be interesting to see how things all work out. I used to have a whole bunch of pewter figurines for my games. I mean, I had cases upon cases. But one of my ex-girlfriends years ago took off with all my books and all my gear and everything, which really, really sucked. I had some of the original editions that are worth a lot of money. But there he is in his vampiric glory. So he's going to be a vegan vampire. He's not going to be bloodthirsty. So
A vegan vampire.
he eats animals. He doesn't eat people. If that makes any sense. But I got one more, but I'll do it later. Because that took a lot of time to set up. Oh, I can understand about mucus and stuff. You might want to look into boom sticks, which are like a little inhaler that help you clean up your sinuses. It'll help dry your sinuses out. I've heard of Earth Dawn, never played it. I played Shadowrun once or twice. It's different, that's for sure. I'm not sure if anybody's ever heard of that one. Looks like Dan's getting ready to fall asleep. Oh my God, you remember that one? Oh wow, Banicula, the vegan vampire, bunny vampire. If anybody remembers Vincent the vegetable vampire, then you're really dating yourself. But that, like I said, I've got another one. I'm going to do it later.
That was before my time.
Actually, no, Dan. I can even tell you the actor and the show he was on that he showed up in.
Than you are,
huh?
But I'm older than you are.
Well, here's the thing: Electric Company. Did you ever watch that as a kid?
No.
Yeah. Okay. And the actor, 100%, Morgan Freeman.
Kangaroo?
Morgan Freeman. Look up Vincent the Vegetable Vampire, Morgan Freeman. Please, if you do, you would not regret it. He was really young at the time, but yeah. The Cellar Stocks at Night. That's a good one. Like I said, that's just happened to be that one. He's just going to be based off of Vincent the Vegetable Vampire. He's going to eat vegetables and stuff like that. He's going to be an alchemist who figured out how to weigh. He didn't have to drink blood and still survive. But I'll do the other one in a bit. Hopefully it's not the same thing, which would really suck, but who knows? Ian got 2 different ones. Jenny's got 3 different ones. We're going to have to wait and see. Hey, Ian.
I already got that one.
Well, this is mine.
Say hi to Ian. Say hi to Ian.
There's Ian. You have to duck down and put your face right here where people can see you.
Say hi to Ian. Look.
Hey, Sean, how you doing, brother? Yep. This is going to be for Dungeons and Dragons for my bad guy. Yes. When people say I could have had a V8, that's what he's got. Not that I'm against vegans in general or anything like that, but as long as they're not militant about it, I'm okay. So how old is Pepper?
I'm
going by the amount of gray around the snout.
I want to say she's around 15.
I thought so. She looked pretty old.
Maybe 17.
Welcome home, Sean, and Happy New Year. To anybody else I haven't said Happy New Year to yet.
She's pretty much deaf and somewhat blind.
Well, one of the things that I did mention earlier before you got on is that I got my hearing checked last week, and it has been identified that I am partially deaf in my left ear, as well as the tinnitus. So I'm going to have to go by that. So those are 2 definite things that I will definitely get disability for. Not including my knees, my hands, my back, and my blood pressure.
I thought you were about to start into a song there.
Head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
No, not the song I was referring to.
You beat the mandatory shutdown. You got lucky. By how long did you beat it? Last time we talked, you said you had like 6 or so minutes before you could find a place to park. He's beat his 1,000,000 miles, by the way, if you didn't know. Sean did. So, way to go. And how's your truck? Did you ever get it out of the yard? Are they still working on it? What's the deal? Oh, another thing I was discussing, Dan, I think I mentioned it to you in the past. I'm not sure. You remember the shoelaces I got at the gathering?
The ones that got taken away from you.
Well, the ones that Molly gave me because my shoelaces got taken away from me. And I think I mentioned it to you and a couple others before, but for those people who haven't seen it, but the one pair didn't make it. One shoelace did not make it, but the one that did survive will make a good drawstring for any hoodies that you may have. So you can have ferro rods with you no matter where you go. I did check them. They do strike. Very tiny sparks, but still sparks. So that's something you might want to consider in replacing not just your shoelaces, but having backup ferro rods in a place that people will normally not look. You probably could cover them up with like a rubber materials or something like that, that you can protect it while it's not being used, and then when you need it, just pull it off, and it's fully functional. Okay. Sean, for those people, other people didn't know that I'm going to be starting making arrows in the next year, starting with my own first, because I need a lot more arrows than I've got, which are that's my extent of my arrow collection, because I have broken so many arrows over the years. I can't even tell you how many I've lost and broken. Most of them are broken that I have to basically scavenge parts off. But I am definitely going to be looking forward to making my first dozen out of these. So I got these off of Temu. They were like $20 for 50. You have a compound, Dan?
I've got an X-Force Vendetta compound, and then a compound crossbow.
Yeah. So I don't know about I could probably make bolts. Probably.
Oh, I've got a bunch of them. I got into, went to a store that was in a closeout and bought a whole bunch of them at once.
Well, I could. I'm gonna wait till I get comfortable with making the wooden arrows first before I start trying working my way either to the aluminum or the carbons.
Yeah.
Maybe some fiberglass ones too, some heavier duty fiberglass ones, because my bow is the one I normally carry. My longbow, which is in the bedroom, is a 74-pound draw, which is heavier than some compounds, draw-wise, but no let off. And one of the things I'm going to be starting to do is try to shoot at least once a week until I get back up to form where I'm comfortable with where I'm hitting.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Sorry, that's a good idea. Go ahead. Dan, go ahead.
About heat shrink?
Yeah. Like the ones that you use for you cover over wiring?
Yeah.
Same thing. That way you can protect the tips. Just cover them up with whatever color you want from here to here, whatever. That way people wouldn't realize that these are survival anything. If you go through a metal detector and they just ding on them, just tell them these are just, my shoelace, these are the drawstrings that come with them. Because I've seen several drawstrings that have metal on them.
Yeah.
So people would not know that these are ferro rods, not just drawstrings.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to get questioned.
Well, the thing is, they wouldn't look twice because you choose a simple black color or whatever complements the shoelaces, right? And it's all sealed until you cut them open. They don't know what they are. The only thing you have to worry about is finding a decent striker.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want to be caught on the do not fly list.
Well, here's the thing. I'm going to get dinged no matter what I do after February.
Yeah.
Because the titanium in my knee is going to set it off every freaking time. Okay, so he actually has used that shrink wrap for paracord, making aglets basically.
I was going to show you.
That's not a bad idea, Took. Thank you. Thank you for the suggestion. I'm going to have to get some of that. I mean, I've got a small torch I can do to shrink them down, but that's a good idea. Because I've used paracord for my bootlaces quite often until last year. Hey, Doug. It depends on what do you consider cheap, Doug? Because as long as the arrow itself is matched to the weight of the bow you're shooting, you're fine. If you're talking about cheap as in lightweight, you don't do that anyway. You don't shoot lighter arrows out of a heavier bow. That's a good way to get yourself injured. Be safe, Sean. Thank you for coming. He did get his safe miles. So Sean got his 1,000,000 miles safe miles. So congrats on that, Sean. Yep, aglet is the word. Oh, your ferro rod you were talking about. Your striker.
Yeah, that's the one I got to. Oh, it's spare.
What's the one you normally use?
The same thing.
Did you know if you keep yourself a penny nail, 10-penny nail in there in your kit with you, you can use that as a blanket pin?
Striker?
Yeah. Okay. Hold that up to your.
I guess, yeah.
You put that there. You put the pin through your striker with your material on there, and you've got a blanket pin to hold your wool blanket up to around your body without having to hold on to it, and not seriously damage the wool blanket at all. That's your ferro rod?
No, that's the high-speed steel.
You're gonna make you want to make a
striker?
That's your striker? That's huge.
Yeah.
My strikers are smaller than that.
Well, this is going to go with my big ferro rod. And I'm going to put a probably up to about there in a piece of fat wood wrapped around it.
Give me a second here.
I gotta find a ferro rod that belonged to my dad. Oh, there's my other one. It was in my bag. That's where that went to. Okay.
And of course, I got the right color.
Yep. And I'm a firm believer in those because I like those better than the electric ones. But the electric ones do have options too that they offer versatility due to the fact that they can be used as power banks for your phone as well.
Yeah, but they don't work very well.
I don't know much about them, to be honest. I can't really say one way or the other. But this right here. It looks like a short one, right?
Yeah.
You know it's not.
And then this is the other I was telling you about.
What is it?
It's kind of like a road flare thing, but
oh, okay, the light up one.
It lights up around the outside, or you can use it as a flashlight. You can hang it.
How many of those you got?
It's got a magnet. It comes in a bag.
How many are in there?
6
6?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Oh.
Okay. If you could put the link to those in the chat, people might be interested in those, myself included. I told you that already. But this is how big that ferro rod is, Dan.
Yeah. See.
But I have it in the casing that was used at my dad's funeral at the 21 gun salute. So
yeah. Well, that's the size of one I want to put in a big good sized chunk of fat wood to go with that high speed striker.
I do have a big piece of fat wood down here on the floor. I just haven't picked it up yet, along with my couple other tools. But my ferrule rod's in here. My striker, my flint striker's in here. But mine's a little bit more old school than yours, because mine was hand forged, obviously, instead of laser cut like yours.
Yeah.
But it fits my hand. You know how big my hands are. You see me in person. And this thing strikes really, really easily.
All right, there's the link for the LED road flares.
That helps if you have real flint too. So I also carry the baby brother of that other one in my kit too, because you never know when you might need more. You never have too many ferrule rods. But I do carry Bic lighters with me wherever I go. So how much was that anyway?
32 something.
$32.99. That's not bad though. You can get more if you want to pay more, or you get one less, because there's a 4-pack and there's a what's this other one? A 12-pack.
Yeah.
But I think you're right. I think 6 is more than enough. They do take
3 AA's or
AAA batteries.
Triples.
So that's the only thing you got to make sure on that. They're not rechargeable, unfortunately, but
but those screws in the bottom of them are, good and tight. They seal it up really well.
Oh, that would be kind of interesting, Jason. He was wondering what they look like if they were rolling downhill.
Ooh. Well,
we may have to test that in the future, folks, and with a video to match at night, especially.
I want to hang a bunch of them up in like trees around me, and hang them from like a string and wind it up, and then just let them all spin, and then make a video that I was being attacked by little miniature aliens.
Oh, what's that movie? Batteries Not Included?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Yeah.
Which is quite literally, these things are batteries not included. But let's see here. Took, if you happen to know where you can get those shrink wrap stuff online easily, let me know. I'd like to know the link. You just put it in the chat. I'd greatly appreciate it. I'll try to go back after all this, if not tonight, tomorrow sometime, and put all the links that everybody posts about that in the chat, in the description below. That way you can keep track of all the items that were discussed today by not just me, but everybody here. I hope everybody has had a amazing year. My year has been up and down, mostly down.
You want a link in the description for this, because we discussed?
Well, if anybody wants to get to it without having to scroll through the entire chat to find it, I could put it in the description. That way they just go there.
Pepper.
Pepper is not, there's no link for her. Sorry.
One of a kind.
Now, if I was going to I did put a link at my last chat for my daughter, Pepper, but that's not the same Pepper.
You're trying to give away your daughter, Pepper?
No. Well, if she was getting married, I'd give her away, but I won't. That's about the only time I would do it.
You put a link.
No, to her channel. She has a YouTube channel now.
Oh, she does?
Yes, she does. You didn't
Well,
know that?
Put a link in there.
I have to go back and do it. I can't do it while I'm on live right now. But it's Mark Jason said it's a rave party. Now you could, if you had an open clear field, a hill that doesn't go into the water or anything like that, you could like have a race to see who's get down to the bottom first. But you got to make sure that you don't try to throw them or skip them or whatever, because if you damage them, you got to pay for them, because they're not cheap. And the fact is, if the battery compartment opens up, the batteries fly everywhere, and we'd be hunting down batteries in the middle of the night. And then nothing worse than doing that is like doing a snipe hunt.
I doubt the batteries would come out of them.
I don't know, especially if you're rolling them downhill.
Well, it's not like a little snap thing to open. You've got 2 solid screws that you have to remove to get them.
Oh, okay. Well, like I said, I don't know, but that's just an idea that Jason came up with. Harbor Freight, okay. There's a Harbor Freight in Des Moines. I can probably get some there. That's not a bad idea, though, especially if you're deciding.
They've got a kit for different sizes for it.
Okay. I'm going to probably use that idea that Took had about using shrink wrap for making aglets on paracord for shoelaces. And I bet you could probably hide a little tiny ferro rod like these in there too. Because paracord is fat. And the way I know, because this is paracord. Look how fat that is. You can definitely hide one of those ferro rods in here. Instead of just, heat melting it like I've been doing here, like making actually a little aglet out of the shrink wrap stuff. And that'd make a really good pair of shoelaces.
It'd probably lessen your chances of it, where you burn it on the end of it coming apart.
Yeah, but if you hink wrap around it, it won't do it either.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It'll probably lessen your chances of it.
And most people are not going to pay attention because it's going to look like normal aglets anyway. So that's going to be cool. I'm going to get me something to drink because my mouth is a little dry. But you got the con, as the saying goes. Talk away. Ow.
80 and X many years ago.
Are you talking the Bill and Ted version or the original version? I'm okay with both. Either one.
Yeah, Doug, that was $5.50. All right. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Be the center of attention. Looky here. Looky here. Looky here. Let's enlarge you and so you can see yourself. Only dog I've ever known. Looky there. Looky there. Look. Get him. Get him. Get him. Look. Right there. Do you see it? See it? See yourself? See yourself? Oh, she sees herself. This is the only dog I know that can watch animal videos and, she just sits there and goes nuts over it. And she regularly goes into my dad's office to sit in his lap and watch videos.
Okay, I'm not sure if you've seen it. They do the wiring out.
Well, say something to him. Say something to him. Oh, you want to be scratched more.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I said I was a taster. I didn't say that I ate them on a regular basis. Professional Oreo cookie taster. That's right. Likewise. Ooh, I saw him sneak by. Here he comes. Shh, don't talk about him. He's here.
Sorry, had to use the restroom real quick while I was up. What I miss?
Pepper was regaling him of
Yeah,
tales
it is
of
5:50, Doug. Sorry.
chasing cats and
That's
cars
a good.
and things like that.
He's not probably he's probably too small to chase Mac because Mac's bigger than he is. She is. I mean,
Yeah, probably so.
and Mac would probably go. And she'd probably go. Or she might hang out with Ninja because both of them are about the same age. Yes, it is 550 cord. This is the stuff I got from Walmart. It is pretty heavy duty, as you can see. It's coming apart. I haven't figured out a way to keep it from unraveling, but I'm not really ever been really good at tying ropes. I do have a book on tying knots that someone gave me. I think it was you.
Well, not me.
Not you. Somebody gave me a book on tying knots. No, wait. It could have been Blake.
Probably.
But now I can make bowstrings. I can, make halters for horses, but tying knots for, up rope and stuff like that was never one of my skill sets. But I do have enough paracord to last me a while if I need it. But it is super thick, though. I can't tell you how many strands it is because I've never had to open it up yet. But I do have it for a case of emergency. So that's always a good thing. Well, I can understand that, Took. Me either. I wouldn't want to do metal aglets anyway. What do you mean Oreo? What are you talking about Oreos?
I'm a professional Oreo cookie taster.
Oh, really? Now, what's your favorite type of Oreo? Regular, double stuffed?
Original double stuff.
I don't like the frosting as much as some. I like it regular. Jenny loves Oreos more than I do. I'm more of a chocolate chip cookie fan, but
the current double stuff Oreo cookie is back to what the thickness of the original single stuff cookie was.
And what was he Doug talking about uppers?
Chompers.
Clarify, Doug. I'm not sure what you were talking about because I was gone.
Chompers.
Yes, I did with soap and everything. Chips Ahoy. I do like my Chips Ahoy. The Chewy Chips Ahoy are really good. Denature. Detour. I'm not. Okay. I'm trying to translate here because I'm trying to figure out what that is. Let me see here.
Chompers, dentures.
Oh, dentures. Okay. Me, I still got all my teeth. Oh, okay. I have 31 teeth, not 32. I lost one a long time ago.
All right.
But
I'm ready to go to bed. I'll be right back.
okay. Now, I have some things I was going to be planning for doing a bushcraft setup, and I want to do a winter camp out, but I'm not anywhere condition wise able to do that right at this time. It may be towards the end of next year when there's more snow, and I actually have the ability to walk. So there's going to be no winter camp outs for me in the meanwhile. I will probably be trying to do some other things along the way, but not there yet. I don't have dentures. I got my teeth. So mine are all intact. But I will let you know that not all my teeth are 100%. You can't tell, but this one here it broke in half, and they fixed it. So this is half of this tooth is gone. It's just you can't tell. I have good insurance. Does anybody have anything project-wise that they're going to be trying doing in the new year? I do have some overnight stuff I want to try. I've got my new, to me anyway, Big Agnes Copper Spur 2 tent I want to try. I also have my Light Fighter 1 tent I'm going to do some stuff with. Once my knee's fixed, I'll be able to sleep on the ground better, or even a small cot or whatever. But I'm not going to be able to do that until my knee's fixed, because my knee freaking hurts like nobody's business right now, because the ACL being tore as it is, and my meniscus being tore. Welcome back, brother. I think we did that to Cliff once. You want to go fishing? You remind me of so much of Red Green just now. Well, that's true. But I will tell you this. You make sure you test out that fishing pole I sent you, Doug. Make sure it works properly for you. I might have an extra one for you there, Dan, too.
Oh, I got fishing poles coming out my eyeballs.
The ones that collapsed down to about this big?
Yes, I do have one.
6'6"ers?
I have one in a kit, probably about like this.
Like Ian's got. He's got one too,
Yes.
but it's more of a 5'6" one, not a 6 foot one.
I don't remember what the length on it was. Used to keep it behind the seat in my truck when I lived down in Mississippi. You drive down the road and there'd be little ponds, literally right beside the road. So nobody cared if you stopped and.
Well, for most people don't realize, you do, Dan, because I've talked to you about this one. Ian's got a collection of unique fishing gear, I should say. He's got a Ronco Pocket Fisherman. And as much people give it crap, those things work.
They still sell them.
And they still catch fish. And I've seen some big fish caught on those things. You just got to change out the weight of the string, but you can't put on too much heavy of it, because it comes with like 4 to 6 pound tests when you get it in the mail. But you can open it up and swap it out for something a little bit heavier. But I wouldn't go heavier than 10 if you're careful. That's on you there, Doug. You're down in Florida. You're the one that's got better climate than I do for fishing.
Now, Florida is a place I want to go fishing because they have the peacock bass.
I've
I
seen
wanna
people
fish
catch
that.
peacock bass, and there's a guy down there. I think his name is Monster Mike, and he used unique items for. He actually converted a fishing pole lighter into a fishing pole and used it to catch a fish. You ever seen those little lighters that look like fishing poles?
Oh, yeah.
He actually made one work and caught a fish with it. And he loves going after peacocks too. But what I would want to do is bowfish down there. Dock demons are supposed to be pretty good too. I don't know anything about peacocks other than I know they're down where you're at. Up here in Iowa, they're not. There's no such thing up here in Iowa. But one of the things I was wanting to do this year is since I got my new bow fishing reel, I want to go do some bow fishing. But I found out that the bow that I bought, my cheapy $105 bow, I can't use it with my fishing reel because of the way the limbs go on. So I have to use it with my takedown longbow, which is in that little green bag right there that folds down to about that big, because the riser is long enough and flat enough that I can attach my bow fishing reel with. So I can still use it for bow fishing, just got to use a different bow.
MacGyver it.
Huh?
MacGyver it.
I can't because the brackets allow me to screw it to my riser. Are long, they stretch out over the limbs of the takedown limbs, and it messes with them. It doesn't sit properly, so I don't want to have it, have an issue with that. And I also I'm thinking about picking up an arrow rest for the bow fishing reel, the arrows, because I don't know if they will go. I shoot off the shelf, so I don't know how well that would work with that. So until I try it, I don't know. Can you bow fish those though, Took? I need to know. Because one of the things I'm going to be do some bow fishing with SD Mountain Man, and I'd love to have Dan do it too, but I'm not sure how well he would handle doing that because I don't think he's done it. I know I haven't, but I've been wanting to. If we can find a reel, I've got a seat for it. I just haven't done it yet. Because, I was considering, because I got a seat for a bow fishing reel right here. If I get the right replacement reel, I can still use my other bows with it and still shoot it like I do normally. But I just got to get another setup for this particular deal for bow fishing.
Night, Cecilia.
Hey, Cecilia. Happy New Year to you. I'll see you next year.
Definitely. Happy New Year.
Like I said, we'll see you next year, Cecilia. Thank you, Took. I really appreciate it. Molly wants to talk to you, Dan.
There's Molly. Looky there.
Well, we don't have Jason because Jason's feeling poorly, which is understandable. He should be healthy before he comes back up here. He might help us catch a computer virus if he's not careful. Now, if I was able to make it over to where you're at, Dan, do you have any ideas where we would go?
For bow fishing?
For whatever. If we decide to do a overnight whatever. Whether fishing, bow fishing, bushcraft, whatever. But we got, any ideas where we would go?
Not as far as fishing or bow fishing or.
Well, bow fishing would be like last thing on the list. But just doing the normal bushcraft stuff that we normally do. If I could do archery there, I'd be down for that. But
Well,
doesn't
the
have
the
to be though.
campground that I go to has an archery range.
Well, that would be cool. I would be down for that.
Yeah.
That way I could bring my bows with me at least one of them, or two, or three. But this is where you've done some of your videos at?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've
My
got,
one of my biggest things I have to work on this next year is going to be probably my recording when I'm doing stuff, because as I told Dan, I've told Scott, I told other people, I get so wrapped up with what I'm doing, I forget to record, because I focus on what I'm doing.
yeah.
But when I'm on camera and I know that I'm on camera, I will talk to the camera like as ever someone's right in the room with me. And
Well,
that's the only way you can do it.
my biggest thing is I'm my own worst critic as far as my videos go. So I'm always constantly
Fiddling it.
nitpicking it. And
Do you have like a script you follow or no?
no,
I know some who do.
no script. Just
I
do
wing
it
it.
as it goes, you know.
I was considering hiring Ian as my camera person, if I can keep him on focus. But the only problem with that, a lot of the stuff I do, he wants to do. So it's kind of hard to get somebody who's dedicated to that purpose. Because I get so wrapped up in what I'm doing, I forget to either record, forget what I'm saying. Okay, so I can't bowfish for peacocks. Okay. I know you can beat bowfish down there, but I wasn't sure which fish, because I do watch a lot of bowfishing videos, which are from Florida mostly. So I do know there's some areas here in Iowa along Mississippi that the fish jump, and you could bowfish for those. But 9 times out of 10, you don't even have to bowfish for them because they jump into the boat. So the whole point of bowfishing is, testing your skills and see how well you can hit with a fish. Now, hitting a fish out midair with a bow, I could probably do that. But I've got 2 bow fishing arrows at the moment. I need another tip for one of my second one. And like I said, I want to get another setup for my other, where I have more than one bow to go, just as a backup. But that's on my list for things to do this next year, is to actually go bow fishing, as well as making arrows, obviously. Getting back on the video trail, to doing some more video stuff, bushcraft stuff. Bounce some ideas off of this guy right here, because he and I bounce ideas off each other all the time. I generally end up giving him ideas, but you never know. Ooh, I love tilapia. I've never caught one before, though. It'd be something that, because I think Jenny would love to go down there too. But I got to make sure I have my proper fishing licenses and stuff like that, because I don't want to get in trouble for doing that. Now, I don't know what the rules are in Illinois, where he's from, or Missouri, where Jarrett is from. Or, I'd like to give it a shot. Anything that allows me to shoot my bow when I'm doing it, I'm all for.
Well, you could probably come here and imagine you could probably bowfish the Asian carp.
Yeah, but I mean, the reason I want to make sure whatever I'm bow fishing for is stuff I would eat, not just toss up on the bank and let it die. Remember, I'm a meat hunter. The same thing goes with fishing. If I catch it, I eat it. If I bowfish it, I want to make sure I can eat it.
So you would bowfish carp?
I haven't done it yet, so I don't know. But I know I could probably do perch.
Carp has unique technique for cooking it.
My dad actually used clay when I was a kid.
Clay.
Yep.
To cook carp.
Yep.
I use
You cover it up with clay and you throw it in a fire.
I use a. It's like it's commercial times. So basically, what you got to do is get you like a piece of pine bark, and you fillet it out, lay it out on it, and then you salt, pepper, lemon, and then you cover it with mint leaves, and then you put it on a smoker and you leave it in there all day. You don't even open it up to check it. You have to wait till after dark because the light will actually change the texture of it. And then once after the meat's fully cooked, take it off the grill, shake the pine bark, and eat the pine bark.
I can understand about not mixing up the carp and stuff. So carp's off limits in Florida. But my dad, when I was a kid, when we used to catch carp, when we would go overnight camping near the river, he said the best way to do it is you gut the carp, right? Then you take river clay, cover it up completely, throw it in the campfire until the clay hardens. Then you pull it out of the fire, pull off the clay. It rips off the skin and opens it up for the meat.
Then you eat the clay?
No, using that clay as a plate. It makes an artificial plate. But that way you can eat it without, if you didn't have any utensils to cook it on or grill or anything like that, that's the quick and easy way of doing it. But yeah, like I said, I can fish. I mean, I've fished for trout. I've fished for catfish, bass. I have not got a smallmouth yet because I don't think I have anyway. But I'm not anything from south. I've never done fishing in the oceans or anything like that. Though I have been in both the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. I just not have been fished them. And when I was stationed over in Germany, I never fished there either because I was just too worried about the German fishing regulations and stuff like that.
Now, the best way that I've caught carp or been fishing for them is what I call flipping. And it's a unique technique. You basically wade out in the water, and I used to do this on a little creek, or
shallow water,
bigger than a creek, but it came off of the Arkansas River. And basically, I'd go out wading in it, and the carp would nose in to the bank.
Right,
and the bank would be probably about a foot and a half drop off before it hit the water, and then it was probably 8 to 10 inches deep. So they would be just kind of going up against the bank line, and you would go out in the water and you'd sneak up behind them, get your hands up under the back end of them, flip them up onto the bank. That's flipping carp.
Oh, okay. Sort of like hand fishing, but not quite.
Yeah.
We had a different method for us. When we waited for the river to overflow the banks a bit, it would flood the fields next to the creek and the river to the point where the carp were still going through it, but they're sticking out of the backs are sticking out of the water about that far. So they're swimming through shallow water.
Yeah.
And all you have to do is reach over and just pick them up.
Yeah,
they're hard. They can't get away easily that way.
Same basic principle.
Yeah, but you're not wading through knee-deep water either.
Well, the thing that got me to stop doing it was when I was going down the bank and there was a bunch of brush on the edge of the bank that came out over the water. And so I had to go out and around it. And as I went out further, it was up to just mid thigh, and yeah, snake this big around
Oh
went
yeah.
right across in
I
front
don't
of
do.
me.
No, I don't deal with snakes. I used to as a kid, not anymore. Especially in Iowa, the snakes that we have that are in the river that big are moccasins, and I don't
Yeah.
deal with moccasins.
Well, I
Even
did
though we have copperheads and stuff like that, we do have
get
rattlers
the
here.
Richard Pryor, the toy thing. I don't
Oh,
know if you've
out of
ever seen that, but
the piranha
yeah,
water.
rose up out of the water and ran across the top of the water.
Yeah.
If I didn't do it, I was darn close to it.
No, if we're once we do our first get together, because I do plan on either coming to you or we figure out something.
Yeah.
We got to have a plan of what we're planning on doing. If you want to, because you like to have it do stuff that are more bushcrafty, which I understand. I just can't do it physically at the moment, but it's going to be after April. I do know that because of my knee. But bow drill, you already know, is my nemesis for the most part because I don't believe in the calorie burn required for using that method.
Agreed.
Because it's a calorie burn. I mean, if you're on limited calories already, there's no point doing it.
Yeah.
If you can find a lower calorie fire starter method, then use that.
It's, as I told you the other day, I'm working on this video that I demonstrate the different sizes of, from fine powder shavings to all the way up to the big curls and lighting them with the ferro rod. And it's, you see in these videos where, they start with a fine dust and then they add a little bit bigger curls and a little bit bigger and then big curls and then they put it in the fire, and I was able to ignite all of the levels with
all
the ferro
stages.
rod. So what's the point in starting at the absolute smallest?
Right.
And
don't forget that method with the drill method thing that I discussed with you.
Yeah.
That we should try. I mean, you can try it, or I could. You're in that, since you're using one right now. I say you go with that method first, because you're already in the mindset for using that. And by the way, there's not a lot of pythons in Iowa, so I don't have to worry about that. I think our biggest snake here, besides moccasins, are corn snakes, I think. I have to double check because I have not looked in a while.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably pretty true because it's about the same here.
The bull snake, we got a bull snake. That's our biggest. So it's non-venomous. They can get up to 8 feet, 8.5 feet. And we got timber rattlers and prairie rattlers and copperheads still, and water moccasins, obviously. But those are the main ones. They have one called a Masasuga rattlesnake. It's a rare venomous snake, sometimes found in Iowa, so we don't know.
Yeah, as much as I've been traipsing around the woods here, I can't say as I've seen a snake since I was a little kid here.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, let me see. I'm going to take one more look at one more thing because nope, there's no wild pythons in Iowa. Let me try boas because I think somebody has found one in the river once.
So the boas and pythons that are in Florida, are those
the ones that people release or let go or got loose?
Yeah, those are an invasive, but are they I don't guess they do a bounty hunt on them, do they?
I don't know. They have boas can have been sighted in Iowa because they're not native, for the same reason they are in Florida. They got released. August 2023, last year, a 4 to 5 foot one was found in a Target shopping cart in Sioux City, Iowa.
A boa?
Yep. I think so. Someone's pet. It had to be.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the owner had 7 days to reclaim the snake, which was illegal in the city. And another one named Drago, this year in August, was a 6-footer, was found in Marion, Iowa, after going missing for nearly a week. It was found perched on top of a tire while its owner was working on her car. So the only ones here are the ones that people got let loose. The Massasauga, I mean, those are here in Iowa. The copperheads, the water moccasins, and the like. The prairie rattlesnake. We got like 3 different types of rattlesnakes here. The gopher snake technically is the largest snake here in Iowa, otherwise known as the bull snake. So we don't have to worry about snakes that much, as long as we're not near water anyway. I have run across rattlesnakes before. Ian saved me from stepping on one.
Hey, Colin.
Yeah.
Check your.
Give me a second. Oh, come on. I think my phone may have died.
I just put it in the private chat.
Okay. Like I said, I think my phone died because I haven't been using my phone all day for a while.
Cottonmouths. Don't like those either. Arkansas's got them.
I don't think there's cottonmouths in Iowa. They would have been mentioned. Yeah, my phone's dead. Let me check the private chat. They've been in here for a while. That's all I'm saying. They're good. They're not too far from Doug.
Ah, nice.
So they talk to each other. So they're okay. That's all I need to tell you.
Gotcha.
They're okay. I don't have anything like that because, like I said, I mentioned there are poisonous. We have 4 poisonous ones here in Iowa, and water moccasin is one of them. But the biggest one is our bull snake. Though I have seen some large corn snakes.
Corn monkeys?
I don't know about corn monkeys. That's more of a Herbert T. idea thing. But Herbert T. has not been. He doesn't have much of an online presence lately.
Yeah, he's. I don't know where he is. I think I'm going to have to go back out and look for him again.
No, I'll keep an eye out here in Iowa because he might show up here. Hopefully.
All right, I am absolutely curious. I got to put some batteries in these.
Now, would you consider putting rechargeable batteries in those?
Well, that's what I'm going to put in them.
Well, I mean, that wasn't sure because you mentioned putting the AAA's in there, but I mean, would you want to? I mean, there's 2 different types of rechargeables. Yeah. There's the kind you put into a charger kind of situation, but there's the secondary kind that actually are USB powered.
Yeah, I really wish that this had a USB recharge. I mean,
Ian got a new fan for his room that is USB.
Yeah.
It's a USB-C. I don't know if it's rechargeable, but it's that cross between a humidifier and a fan.
Oh, okay.
So,
all right.
We got it at the bin store when we got the other stuff.
I'll be right back.
Now, for those folks in the chat, especially those guys from Florida, you guys have anything in your kits specifically for snake bites and stuff? Because you deal with more snakes and venomous things down your way than I do up here in Iowa. Now, do I carry a snake bite kit in my bag? Basically, it's a venom removal kit. It's a bite and sting kit, not so much a snake kite anti-venom or anything like that. But I carry one with me wherever I go. I have two of them. I carry one in my everyday carry bag and the other one in my backpack for backpacking, but that's about it.
No, definitely a heavy duty screw for taking off the back of this, so it would not come open if it went rolling downhill, because
Right.
there's one of the screws for it. That's how thick.
Oh, that is, yeah. That what type of screw is it? It's the end.
Phillips.
No, it's a Phillips. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Unless you have a Phillips screw driver, it's not going to come out.
All right, now how do I get this open? Oh,
I got to let my phone charge for a bit, folks, because my phone died. So don't send me any messages anytime soon.
Guess I may have to read some directions here.
I'm also looking for my. Oh, not sure where I put it. Oh, there it is. Okay, good to know. But I mean, I always carry a snake bite kit with me because I do a lot of backpacking, and I always make sure that I try to carry something like that with me wherever I go, because you never know. It also works for bee stings and stuff like that too. Colan makes mine. It's a yellow kit that you sell them at most stores that sell Colan supplies and things like that. I'm not sure which pocket I have mine in particularly at the moment, but it's in here somewhere. I just got to figure out which side I put it in. Because my backpack, you were talking about getting a new bug out bag. I picked up this one from the TikTok shop that's got all the bags here are removable. This becomes its own, the middle one becomes its own separate bag and things like that. I have not had it. I'm still getting used to it because my original one kind of died on me. Yeah, I'll have to look, see if I can find that. This thing's got so many freaking pockets. I gotta keep things straight. It's like they're impossible. Nope, I don't have it right now. I gotta find it. Get that loaded up proper. Yeah, Colan. I got a lot of Colan gear. My ferro rods that I carry in my pockets, I carry a Colan ferro rod and striker in one thing in one pocket, and the magnesium bar one in my left pocket. So, what you doing?
Very short.
Ooh, this is different. Ooh, oh, they got me something new. I have no idea what I got here. We're going to find out, aren't we? This one's different. What's this one? I have no idea. Okay. That's funny. Okay. I got my latest one opened, and it's a little different. So I get to have fun putting this one on together. Sorry, I'm putting my second Dungeons and Dragons character together. This one's a little bit more different than the others. I just gotta hope I can put it together right because it is weird. Because this one is not a vampire this time, but he has the same kind of cloak.
Cool. What do you think, Colin?
That is so batteries not included. You have to tie it up on a little thing and oh my god, get yourself a drone and hang it under a drone and just let it fly through the sky. People would freak. Or try to shoot it down. You know.
There you go. I like that one. Boy, that's got a lot of modes. Okay, where's the flashlight mode? I don't want to blind myself by it. There we go. There's the flashlight.
It's not bad.
Could be better.
I gotta look at the
See
picture
it
here.
in the dark.
Hey, love. Can you come here, please? I'm adding this one to your collection
What?
because you don't have this one.
What is it?
Well, come here.
It's the go dark.
Hello, whoever's flashing.
That's Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Hey,
I'm trying to figure out how to attach them, but
definitely cool.
it doesn't say how to attach them.
He's a warlock,
No,
necromancer.
necromancer. Here. Here's a stand. And it doesn't really give you instructions on how to put them together. I mean, literally, there's no instructions on that one. I just tried to kind of guessed.
Yeah,
We're doing
so I'm
the
thinking
skeleton.
definitely a UFO video of those spinning.
He's yours. There's a.
I don't know where to put him.
Well, you could put him up there next to McCoy.
I'll put him.
A necromancer next to a doctor.
Yep.
Wouldn't that could technically?
Necromancer and a doctor walk into a bar.
You kill him, I raise him back up from the dead.
They can kill him again.
Yeah. This one here came from the TikTok shop. It cost me not too much. I had another kind that I used for years. I like the fact this one it's a 60-liter bag. And I'm still trying to get the configurations down where I like everything. But I like the fact I could put all the stuff I would, if I need to go on a small hike, I could take the back bottom pouch off, put it around my waist, and go, and still have everything I need. I still got to throw in my tarp still, which I haven't done yet. But let's see, which one is it? I think it's this one or this one. I'm not sure which one it is. Oh. Yeah, here's that one Z-Pack one I was telling you about. He kind of got flattened. He was on my shelf. But I could also use that, or I could use my Terra Nova one. But I got several ones. This one here would fit in my bag. Got all the stuff I need, minus the stakes, which I have to add still.
Yeah, these things, I would say, are just about durable enough you could drive over them.
I still like Jason's idea about rolling them down the hill.
Yeah. Okay, I'll roll those down the hill. We'll get a big tire, put Jason in it, and roll him down the hill and see which one reaches the bottom first.
Ian.
It was Jason's idea. He's one that needs to be in the tire.
Ian's got ADHD. He's autistic. He would do it anyway just because why not? And because he's lighter than any one of us, he'd probably go faster anyway.
My son would do it in a heartbeat too.
So no, I'll try to put the link to my bag in the description tonight. So that way, if you need to know what kind of bag it is and where I got it and everything else, they actually have them on Amazon too, but they're a little bit more expensive. I got mine during right after Black Friday week, so I got mine on sale, but it cost me about 38 something for mine. And like I said, the side bags on the outside, they can clip off and put on your belt. The main bottom of there has its own waist bag that you can wrap around your waist and click it into place. So you can have more pouches that way. And it's, it's quite a bit of space. Overall, it says it has about 60 liters of space. I would say about 45 in the main two pouches and the rest are all in the other side pouches and the one bottom pouch. I have added. It does come with a USA one of these, but I swapped it out for a better one, and a Kincaid Outdoors Velcro patch as well. So not like my hat here, mind you, but yeah, that holds pretty much everything I need in that one. You know, I've got a emergency sleeping bag in there. I've got my tarp in there, my cook kit, a little bit of everything. Only thing I don't have is my fishing pole right now, but I'll be adding that at a later date. My fire kit, which is like right here, and that's got pretty much anything and everything I need in here to start a fire, with a backup of my flint and steel kit, which also has a magnifying glass. Hey, Ajax, how you doing, brother? Glad you can make it. Happy New Year, brother. Glad you could make it. I'm just discussing things that have happened over the last year and my thoughts and things that I'm going to be planning on doing for the next year. Since my knee surgery is coming up in 2 months, literally 2 months to the day from tomorrow. So I get my knee replaced. I'll be going through physical therapy for about a month and a half or so. And then I will be back to work, and hopefully I'll get some vacation time, which I can go do some things such as get-togethers and some more videos and backpacking and things like that. I've got some things I'm also going to be doing. I got my my fletching kit together for making arrows. So I'm going to be working on making some arrows this year. I am going to try to figure out exactly setups for making left helical and right helical. I'm not sure which is which. So that's on the skill set things I got to learn how to do, because I have not done that before. So I've got a lot of things I'm working on as I go. I got to swap my hats here. I'm a little warm. I do carry regular paracord with me, folks, at all times. Thanks to Cliff from Foxit Outdoors, I got a wrist bracelet paracord that he made for me a couple years ago, and I wear it wherever I go. The only place I don't take it off is the shower, generally. Switching hats. Not that I'm cold or anything, but this one's got my name on my hat, so you can possibly see it. It's just a little Velcro patch with my name on it. So I just put it right there because it sticks to my hat. This is a watch cap from the U.S. military, given to me by my boy, and I wear it. Covers my ears, and I take it pretty much everywhere that I don't have my Carhartt one. Welcome back, brother.
Yep.
You disappeared on us.
Yeah, I went to get something.
Long ago and far, far away, Herbert T. went on a journey. What did you get?
These are the other adjusters I got.
Okay. I've seen those. I've got some metal versions of those.
Yeah. Well, these are metal.
Yeah, the ones I got from my workplace are metal too, but they're like this long and flat bars bent with a hook on one side and a solid hole in the other.
Yeah.
Just like those, but mine were like made of steel. Yours looks like a little bit lighter than that.
They're pretty heavy duty.
Oh, I didn't say they weren't.
I don't think.
But the ones I got, they're the ones that come with. They're used for holding down the thermal blankets for wine in the back of semi trucks because they come with white cord attached to them normally, and with one of those little metal bars. I use them for my backpacking stuff because I don't like the plastic ones because while they're light, they have a tendency to snap if you're not careful, especially in high winds.
They probably wouldn't hold up to temperature changes either.
Probably not. But I have some ideas for this year this next year I'm going to be doing. Archery is going to be my biggest focus for once a week, no matter where I go. I'm going to shoot my bow. I'm not sure exactly how that's going to work, but I'm going to do my best. Because I want to be able to I'm going to get my truck running better where I can take it anywhere I need to go for my trips and stuff without having to rely on using Jenny's car or anything like that. But, excuse me. So basically, I'm going to be making arrows this next year due to the fact that I got my Fletcher fixed up. I'm going to be making both 3-fletch and 4-fletch style arrows, depending on who I'm making them for. I just got to get the shafts for it. I've got to do my plan for next fall, mind you, when it is I plan next winter, not right now because my knees are bad. I have some snowshoes. I want to do a winter encampment setup. I can't do them right now because I can't use my legs as much as I'd like. So that's out until after my knees are fixed. Got some other things I plan on doing, so we're going to wait and see how that works.
So this is the fan I got.
Okay. Is that USB powered or battery powered?
Yes, USB.
Okay. Now, could you recharge it with like a solar panel type thing or no?
Yep.
Or do you need a battery pack?
Got a C connector on it and then USB A. So
okay.
Can,
Mike, is that like the micro? Is that the micro USB or is that like a?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I've got a little solar panel thing. I don't know how well
it's the regular size USB so that you could plug into it and charge like a phone or something like that. And then
how long does the charge last? Do you know?
Of course, it doesn't.
Be well, Took. Thank you for coming and thank you for the input. I'll try to put the description of my backpack, the link to my backpack in my description before I leave tonight or tomorrow morning. Well, till after midnight. I've only got 2 hours to go, so.
I know it's a quite lengthy charge.
Because I do know some people like myself, I sleep better with a fan on me. I just like the feel of the air on my face. And also it's like a white noise generator for my ears.
Yeah.
You know? Because of the noise that the fan makes helps me not notice the ears ringing as much. We lost Took because he had a jet, but that happens. We've lost 3 so far. If you're still here in the chat, please put a 1. That way I can keep track of who's all here. Oh, by the way, the second little figurine I made was a necromancer. I've never seen one before, so I didn't even know there was a thing. I literally do not see him on as the pictures. I see tieflings. I see druids. I see
This is a
dragonborn elf.
65 hour, probably on low. I know it doesn't last that on high.
That's not bad. Since you do a lot of truck camping, I've seen the back of how you set your gear up. You can sleep in the back of your pickup in your cab there.
SUV.
You probably work really well in that, but I don't know if you have a bed set up in that or not.
No, I thought about it, but for the different types of gear I carry, plus the camera gear, and because I like to do, I guess most people would call it bushcrafting. I call it camp crafting.
Right. I kind of do a little bit of everything, not just, I don't focus, besides archery and thrifting. Those are my two biggest ones.
Yeah. So,
but the only reason I'm focusing more on those is because of my knees right now. Because I can't get out and do the stuff I'd like to do.
this is the other cool gadget I got.
What is it? Oh, I've seen those. Those are supposed to be pretty cool.
Yeah. And it's pretty sturdy.
What you need is a little thing that expands. You can make it into a table, not just a chair.
Well, I just put anything on top of it here.
No. I mean, a bigger platform.
Yeah.
Make it a table.
Well, that's about the size I need. Nice little footstool. Because, like I was telling you the other day, they have logs out there, and I mean, this is real easy to set up, take down. You can go smaller height.
Oh, so you can adjust the height. Okay, that's cool.
And it's got a nice little.
Well, if you send me the link to those later, I will try to put them in the description later.
Yep.
Because I mean, people might want to know where you get them. That way, they can acquire them themselves.
Right.
Because, as anybody knows, when you hear about something really cool, you don't want to have to try to search through the chat to find it.
Right.
And I've done that, and it's a pain in the butt.
Well, this is definitely going to be a item up for review for a video.
Okay, I'll wait till after you put your review up or something.
Oh, you can put that.
Okay.
Cool.
Or just on Instagram, just send me the links to all those. That way I can just post them, copy them and put them in my description later. Okay. So that way I keep track of those things. I was considering getting one of these. I'll give you a second here. I was thinking about getting one of these, Dan, to go with that real seat that I've got.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's left-handed. It's ambidextrous, technically. So that way I can do left or right-handed with that. But I wanted to make sure I get the one with the heaviest line on it.
Looks a little bit like a Zebco 33.
It does. That's what, like it's set up like that. I just have the seat. I don't have the little balance thing on it. But I've got that already. But that's basically the setup I was going to set it up as, just like that. And because I just need the reel. I'm not sure if that's the seat. That just the reel itself is like $26, which is not bad. I just need to know what 40 meters of, that's 5-pound line. That's wrong. I need something heavier.
Doug wants to know if you're going to make it another 53 minutes.
Me?
For you and I, it's 2
hours.
I'm
already over my 9 hour. I usually stop at 9 generally, and I think I'm doing pretty good. The reason I know that I'm probably going to be doing better because I've got my soda today. So, by the way, folks, I have not been drinking soda much due to the fact that my medication they have me on, I can't handle the sweet stuff very much. Unless it's coffee, then I'm fine for some reason. It may have something to do with artificial sweeteners. I can handle real sugar, but not artificial sweeteners. Don't ask me why. But if I finish this, I'll be doing good. I do have something else I was planning on drinking at at midnight because I do have a nice big bottle of pear cider, non-alcoholic, mind you, because I don't drink. But yeah, I'm going to be okay. The fact that I made it this far before I realized it was 10 o'clock is good.
Because we're crazy.
No, you're crazy. I'm eccentric. There's a difference.
Herbert's crazy.
There's another word for it, but I don't think it's crazy. Eccentric. What's the other
Mentally
word?
unstable.
I'm not sure if he's insane. He might be insane.
Delusional.
Delusional, I would probably agree.
Yeah.
But we'll figure it out. But yeah, I think I'm doing okay. I mean, I'm a little tired, but I'm not exhausted or anything like that. You may notice that there's a little bit more advertising for StreamYard here, as you can see up here and down below Dan over there. But it's just one of those things.
Why did they double up on it?
New owners. Because a lot of people bailed after they tripled the price.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm not super thrilled about it. But
I mean, they were doing 20. They were getting a lot of people coming and using their services until they sold it, and they new owners decided to quadruple the price.
Yeah,
and then a lot of people bailed after that, going over to the other platform. What was it? Streamlabs and stuff like that. So, because it was still, they still kept a low price. That was their main issue. They should have kept at least a $20, dollar base price, and then had more tiers involved. But that didn't work. But right now, I'm not going to get too much into that because it's just a pain in the butt to do. I am going to, since I already got my name down there, I'm going to do this. I'm gonna mess with Dan a little bit.
You talking about?
Oh man. See if I get this to work. I don't know if it will. Dan, did you see your name?
What's that?
Read your description of your name.
Professional Oreo cookie taster / corn monkey chaser.
I wanted to put the whole Herbert T thing, but it didn't work. Too many characters. It's a little bit longer than 53 minutes for us here, Doug, anyway, because it's only 10 here, and he and I were in the same time zone. So he's just one state over. Generally, if Jason's in here, he's in the same time zone as we are, but he's like further south in Texas. So we have a lot of people who are in the same time zone. Just right now, they're like north and south. He's a lot further east than I am.
What about Cliff?
Cliff is in the mountain time zone.
Yeah.
Because he's in Albuquerque. And Doug and Blake and Took and a few others are all in the Eastern time zone. Oh, we forgot. We got to add Ajax into the Central time zone as well, because he's from Michigan. And I don't know, but I think that Cecilia's in Eastern. If she's in Toronto, I think. So she might be Eastern. I don't know where the line is going from Central to East. So I've never really thought about how the line is. But I don't know where the line. Oh, I forgot. There's another person in Central is also Jarrett. He's in Missouri. Now, I don't think I'm going to be doing a big get together like we did this last year in 2023, because it's a big expense for everybody involved. Because we've got to consider everybody involved. I mean, if we do another giveaway or something like that, and it's a big to do, I don't know. We just got to see what people can afford to go. I can't host anything out of state because this is what I can do. I don't mind finding really good places for people to go. I think that Elk Rock State Park was an amazing place to be, minus the big raccoon invasion at the end of the time we were there. But that was more fun than scary, to be honest.
They ate well.
Well, the thing is, Jason and Cliff, they were all up in arms about it, and they wondered why. But before we went to bed, we cleaned everything. Yeah, we put our food away. We did everything. We scrubbed our pots and pans and put all our food in our vehicles, to lock them up. That's why we clean up, for we don't have the invasion of the food snatchers. Because we had some hellaciously big coons go through our encampments. One is as big as a small dog, bigger than your Pepper, definitely bigger than Pepper.
Yeah.
It was a big boar coon that Jason thought was a dog, but I could see it just fine that it was a raccoon. And there was like 15 of them. Head straight for the dumpster. So I don't know what else to say. But another get together like that is probably going to be a long time coming for us, I guess. And I would need more than just me being able to host it. But if I have, since we have more than one vehicle now, I don't have to worry about being pulled away to drive my wife to work, which is nice. But it's nice to think of. Small get-togethers between like Dan and I we have an idea of a plan, an inkling of an idea of a plan that we could try to do, but that's not set in stone yet. So, because we got to figure out, am I going to Illinois? Is he coming up to Yellow River again? Can we steal Scott from South Dakota or not?
Yeah. Now, in the bigger campground, that didn't have any kind of hookups, did it?
At Yellow River?
Yeah.
Neither one of them do.
Okay.
Now, there's other campgrounds outside of Yellow River that did have power, but I'd have to do some research because I've stuck to that one because it's the one I knew and I'm used to.
Yeah.
Because
the only thing I'm thinking of is which for me it's not that big of a problem because I've got the battery pack, but if people need to charge up cameras and things like that.
You exactly, Doug. Yeah, I was thinking about possibly picking up a small generator for something like that. Because running a couple, solar panels we have for those people who do have them. I have smaller ones. Cliff's got bigger ones. I know that Blake had some solar panels too, I think.
Yeah,
but those take
for my battery box.
Those take time to charge. But a small generator run for a couple hours to charge people's items up. all the battery stations and stuff like that. That would be one generator to power all that, to power all the other additional gear. Would probably not necessarily be a bad idea, and they're not discouraged as long as you do them at a certain time of the day. You don't do them at night, But I have seen campers come down there full on RVs with generators go into those parks.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's unheard of. It's just not common. I mean, my favorite time I went down there, they had all these teardrops come in. About 15 to 20 teardrop campers. It was a whole club. And that was really cool. They gave us tours of their campers and everything else. They were really proud of them. Especially the guy and his son who built their own.
Yeah,
And
that's something I've been seeing a lot of at the campground I go to. There's been a lot of teardrops lately coming in.
I mean, they're great for like one, maybe two people if they're built right.
Yeah.
But
I would love to have one, but then again, there's pros and cons to it. You can't stand up in them.
You can't. That's one thing I don't like. You can't stand up in them. I like the idea of an outdoor kitchen.
Yeah.
I mean, I do like that idea. That way, it's not your whole house is not, your bedding's not smelling at food or anything like that. But I mean, I've seen some that have solar panels on the top and that kind of thing. Oh, they growled up there at Elk Rock State Park. Were you you were there for that, right? Or did you
them growling?
All the raccoons that came through?
Yeah.
Okay, you heard them growl.
Yeah, they got the quail eggs and something else.
What's left over of the quail that we ate?
They got the quail because I thought we had some.
No, the bones, the leftover got put in the dumpster. So,
okay.
After you eat them, you got the bones to deal with. So you throw them in the dumpster. So
yeah.
And they died. I mean, we had like 15 of them in the dumpster.
Yeah, but those were definitely good.
Yeah,
I've never had quail before, but that was good.
That was all on Deb. I'm really sorry about she couldn't make it due to her van breaking down. Cliff was the hero on that one for helping her getting things to camp. I'm just sorry she couldn't come with us to hang out because I'm sure we would have made room for her.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That is still one of the best camps I've been to in a while because all the stuff. I mean, yes, we did do some bushcraft stuff. We didn't do a lot. We did some fishing, which was really fun.
Yeah.
We did a lot of videos, which is also fun.
The Swedish stove.
The fire log.
Yeah.
I found out about that afterwards because remember I had to take Jenny somewhere, but it's still really, really cool. Jason's got a video of it on his channel. If you guys want to see it, look it up. It's really cool. The fact that we get to meet people from all over the United States, that part is the best. I mean, Dan and I, we've been going to camps and stuff together for 5 years, 6 years. I don't know how long, but I've known Tyler since he was a kid.
Yeah.
Not as long as Cornfed, though. Cornfed's known him longer. Since he was a kid. But I told you about Tyler being the champion archer on my range, right?
Yeah.
Yep. I want to get my archery range back up and running again. I would love to do that.
I know you guys can't hear it, but Pepper's upstairs singing.
You don't take her on trips anymore, do you?
Oh, she just went with us to Arkansas.
No, I meant when you go do your bushcraft thing.
Oh, no, because, ticks and chickers and stuff out there.
Ticks would probably drain her dry.
I wouldn't want to bring her home with that.
I can understand that.
Of course,
No, I have not tried coon. I've not eaten coon.
she's got such a dense, thick hair that I'm not sure she would have a whole lot of problem with it. But I don't want to.
With her, she is a Chihuahua mix.
No, she's just a rat terrier. A mini.
Rat terrier. Okay. Doug, I have hunted coon before, but not in the normal sense. One of the places I lived in when Ian was a baby, when his mom ran off with another guy, I had Ian for the weekend, and a raccoon got in our attic, which was the attic door was right next to Ian's nursery. So I had to go in the attic and dispatch a boar coon with my bow.
Yeah, I'm going to have to bow for a little bit to. She's singing. She might want out.
She's singing the song of her ancestors. Let me free.
All right, I'll be back.
Okay. No, I have not eaten coon though. I just dispatched it and put it in the compost pile there on the farm that I was living on. But I do eat squirrel, I eat rabbit, pheasant, quail, obviously. Still the best quail I've had in a long time is those of D.A.V's. What else? Deer. And if everything goes well, I should have a couple pounds coming towards me from Jarrett, hopefully, fingers crossed. And get a couple pounds of venison would be awesome. I was not able to go out and do much hunting this year because of my knee. Now, if I get a chance to go up to my in-laws in the next 2 months, I might try again, but I have to wait and see. It's not just it's people of all races eat raccoon. I haven't done it. At the time I did it, it was years and years ago. Ian was literally less than a year old. It's not like the fact that I didn't want to. I didn't need to at the time. I was just trying to save my son. But and race doesn't bother me either way, because they're just people to me. That's all they are. I'm a person. They're a person. That's all it is. Now there's idiots and not idiots, so that's pretty much everybody. I could be an idiot. So that's going to be the most I'm going to leave it at that. When's the last time you went hiking or bushcrafting there, Doug? No, they didn't dip out on us. Doug's had to go take care of his dog. Dan had to take care of his dog, Pepper. Some people might be in. Cliff will never be here on Tuesday because he's got other things he's going to do, because it is New Year's Eve. Cecilia has computer problems, so she dipped out because she always does early. Jarrett had some other things because he's getting ready to go hunting. I think Took got tired because that happens. And, a lot of people are still celebrating New Year's and stuff like that because we still got over an hour and a half to go, and I'm still holding strong. I mean, this will be, when I get done here, I will be at 5 hours strong. I'm at 3 hours and 30 minutes right now. And I'm a little tired. I am a little wired. So I'm going to try to hopefully keep it going. I mean, I got the skills. I've been practicing my ferro rods, and I've been definitely practicing my flint and steel. I've been talking some stuff over with Dan here about doing some more bushcrafty stuff, but I haven't had a chance to go do it because one of the main problems I have is that I can't kneel because of my knee. So it kind of limits what I can do unless I'm sitting down in a chair somewhere. That the stool that he showed off might be something I might consider. Because I mean, I carry a Fresnel lens with me, so for fire starting, I carry a Bic lighter with me for fire. I carry waterproof matches with me. I carry my flint and steel. I carry ferro rods. I carry a whole wide assortment of fire starting stuff, even the basic parts of a bow drill, which I will never do because I don't believe in that one because it takes too much calories to even attempt, and everything's got to be perfect in order to get it to work. Oh man. I prep in a weird sense. Because a lot of the gear I have crosses over with the other gear that I use. I got my backpacking gear. I've got my bushcraft gear. I've got my get home bag, but all that stuff is also my bug out bag and some other stuff. My boy's got his gear. I'm making a backpack for my wife, Jenny. She's got a lot of the same style gear I have, but generally what I carry will be enough for both of us. She's got her own sleeping bag. She's got her own tent and all that other stuff, even though she and I will probably end up sharing a tent anyway. This is the way it goes. So the only thing that we need to figure out mostly, other than besides carrying a bow, of course, some arrows, a firearm of some kind, probably going to be a 22 because it's more versatile than most. Is it going to stop a moose or anything like that? No, but it'll help take down small game enough to keep us fed, and that's the biggest thing. But mainly practicing fire starting, practicing setting up stuff. I recently did get a new water purification setup for a Sawyer Mini setup, which I, in addition to my Katadyn Hiker water purifier setup, I just need to get myself a smart water bottle. Breathe. Drink more soda. I am getting tired. Oh, I can understand that. Every time I think of the word physical, I keep on thinking of Olivia Newton-John. You should know what I'm talking about. The song comes to mind. So as long as you think of her, you can never forget that song. And the word. But mostly the things that I knot tying, which is one of my, I got a book on that somewhere. I got bushcraft from Dave Canterbury. I've got the survival guide, U.S. military survival guide. My back to basic books. I've got several other books. I did have a book on survival from Stroud, but that got stolen, amongst some other things. Give me a second here. I gotta blow my nose again. My nose is running. Or I can breathe. Now, I'm going to talk to you, Doug, about, do you have a way of sharpening your knives in your gear? Because I'm going to show you one that I picked up at a yard sale about 4 or 5 months ago. And it's called the Croc Stick. Sorry about the lettering. It's kind of hard to read. There you go. Croc Stick. It's basically 2 ceramic rods that fit have a. This is the base, and they both. You can fit them in here, in the base to keep them from falling out. These two pieces move independently. One can go up like that, the other one can go up the other same way. But they end up being inside here like that. They're held. There's the angle ones for it. I'm not sure what this last one on the bottom is, but paid $5 for this one. I found it at a yard sale. It works great. Not a bad deal, if you ask me. This one here gets you the angles, and it you really, really sharp. Yeah, I'm not sure how much they are online or anything like that, but this one's a older crock stick. Let's see if I can find I got a patent number here, so let me see if I can put that on there, see if that helps. 3894. This is the older style one. I mean, like I said, I picked it up at a yard sale a while ago, and I think this one's. I found it on eBay for like. Nope, that's not it. But it's a simple little crock stick here. I'm gonna give you something bigger here. This is the one I got. $5 yard sale, and I can always sharpen it. It's got another thing right here on the back. I'm not sure what it's for there, and it's also got the other one right there. But it sharpens my blades, no issues. If you need to clean up the ceramic sticks, just use like soft scrub under warm water, and then let them pat them dry. They're fully functional again, no issues. Yes, Xanadu. Not. I was thinking more of the Let's Get Physical by Olivia Newton-John. She was one of my heartthrobs when I was a kid, next to Linda Carter. But I'm old. I don't know where Dan still is going to be back shortly, hopefully. And if anybody's interested, if you're interested in coming up, you're more than welcome to. There's a link at the top of the chat. Yeah. I've got little over an hour in or so, hour and 21 minutes. Hey, Pepper.
Do you hear?
Get her riled up for the new year. Now, I was talking about something a little different about knife sharpening while you were gone. About my crock stick, my ceramic knife sharpener. I use that to sharpening all my knives, and this thing will sharpen a dull knife really, really quick. I am going to make it a suggestion to you, Dan, about something you mentioned about getting something for me. I don't need a lot of water bottles, just let you know, because I do have this one here that has what you were similar to what you were talking about. I have a lot of water bottles. Every time Ian would go to this thrift shop, he'd pick me one up.
Those might become giveaways then.
I would think that would be a better bet to get people to your channel more. And if you really want to see a really good one, here, give me a second. Because I'm a big fan of Nalgene bottles, as you already know. You got to check this out. This is actually pretty cool. I've got two of them I want to show people because I don't think Doug's ever seen one either. Okay. You know that I carry my my 32-ounce water bottle, Nalgene bottle, which is about this size. What makes this one really interesting, and yes, it is an Nalgene, and yes, it is a glow-in-the-dark Nalgene. So you throw a headlamp or my flashlight here.
Is that an O light?
That's my O light. But I actually made a smiley face on this thing once. Because if you hold it on one spot for a while, and pull it away, then you do another spot, then you just do a little smile face. You could get a smiley face on these things that glow in the dark. But that, I mean, I haven't seen a glow in the dark one before. I just showed up. It's the same Goodwill that I always find weird things like I found the Pathfinder water bottle that one time. Well, let me see. Let me correct myself. Ian found it. I paid for it. That's because I had money and he didn't. Now, as you know, this is your average size 32-ounce bottle, though, right?
Yeah.
This was also found at the same place.
Nice.
This is the 48-ounce one. REI bottle. I don't know what I would do with something that much, but that's a lot of water bottle. Now, in the wintertime, I would probably use this to fill this up with hot water to keep myself warm, put it in my sleeping bag or something like that. But that's, that's a lot of water. 1,400 milliliters. Or 48 ounces. What would you do with that much water? That's a lot of weight just to be carrying around. But if you're using your filter bottles and stuff like your water purifiers, like either a Sawyer Mini or Sawyer Squeeze, or even like a Colan Hiker or whatever water filter you use, that would be a good way to store your excess water for while you're in camp. But if you don't need it, don't use it because it's heavy once it's got it full. Because water weighs a lot. Your thoughts, sir?
Water weighs a lot.
Please and thank you. Expand on that.
Well, it depends on how much you're carrying, too.
I mean,
like you said, if you got your purifiers, then it's not as bad. But
I would use that. I mean, what I'd probably do is, like, if I'm using my Colan Hiker, I would use that to fill this one up. Then I would use this to fill up my water bladder. That way, because I could pour it from this easier than try to pump it directly into my water bladder. Because if I had to put water in it from my hiker to my water bladder, then I'd have to take it out of my backpack and fill it up, then reattach everything. This one here, I'd just be able to go there, open up the back thing, and just pour it in. But if I'm using the Sawyer Mini, I would use. I want to get a different dirty bag, basically, or even a extra smart water bottle because they screw into those, and make sure it's marked dirty so you don't use it for anything else but that. That way you can just get water anywhere, put it through your Sawyer, and you'll have purified water. Now, is the Sawyer as good as my Katadyn? No. But they suffer from the same issue about cold weather, though. If you got to keep it, if you got to make sure they're thoroughly dried out before you pack them away, and make sure if it's cold weather like snow or below freezing like it is now at 27 degrees, keep your water filters next to your body where they'll keep warm and they won't freeze. Because if the microfibers break, it becomes useless. Now, I don't know what kind of filters you carry, Dan, because you've never really said much. But
I've got one of the life straws.
I am not a fan of the life straw.
Yeah.
Because I can't transfer the stuff from the life straw to my pot.
Yeah.
That's why I like the Sawyer minis. The Sawyer Squeeze would be better, but I got this mini because it was cheaper. And I can put that into use a dirty smart bottle, screw it into that, and then filter it out. Then I can put it into any container I want. Same the Katadyn's even easier because it's a pump, and I just continually pump as much as I need and filter it out as I go. So that's really good. I can just put the hose down anywhere I want to in clear water and pump out clean filtered water. Then would I probably still need to boil it? I would as a secondary precaution because you never know. Even though the Katadyn is much better filtered than the Sawyer, it's better to be safe than sorry. Because protozoa and all that stuff are tiny. Now, in a survival situation, would you have to worry about it too much? Unless you were going somewhere that that has medical facilities, because just because you don't get sick like the day of or the day after, doesn't mean a week later you might get sick. Because if you watched any survival shows that talk about it, Dave Canterbury talked about it. I believe that Matt Graham talked about it on the same show. If they had a choice between needing water and not drinking, and because they worry about getting sick, drink the water. You can deal with getting sick down the road, but you at least be hydrated. Because if you don't, I've dealt with dehydration on my own because I sometimes just don't feel like drinking, but it's not healthy. Well, you're an hour ahead of us. That's probably why, Doug. They're going to hit the midnight before we are. And technically, if you think about it just right, though, Dan, you're way too quiet right now.
You were saying, technically.
Because you're closer to the East Coast than I am. We're probably about 2 hours apart, maybe.
We're,
let me check.
I think it was about 4 hours.
I think I got your address down, but I'm not sure. I don't think I have your address. I got your phone number. I don't think I have your address. But I'd have to look. I'm just trying to remember the city that you live in.
Morton.
Morton?
Yeah.
You're 3.5 hours from me. So you technically get to be the new year before I do. And but the thing is, that would be really weird if you drove west. You'd still be in the same day, even after the New Year. It's like I remember hearing something about one of the cast members of the Lord of the Rings. I think Dominic. He flew from LA to New Zealand. He started off on his birthday, and he got there on his birthday. So basically, he had 48 hours of his birthday. He got drunk multiple times because he was like in his early 20s at the time. So he was drunk for the first couple days.
I did once celebrate my birthday for about 2 months.
I generally don't worry about my birthday because even though it's during a major season change, I don't really celebrate it much.
Yeah, no, I don't.
No, it's because every time I ask for something, I don't get it. So I know I just got to start to give it up. But I do have a quick question for Doug and you too. In your gear, what's the main dominant food that you carry with you that doesn't require cold storage?
Oh.
Yeah, if I needed to in my house, I can go down about 10 feet down. There's an underground river. If I wanted to put it in a ground well. Because this house I live in is a World War II track home. And a lot of them lived off of well water back in the day. I was thinking about those. We're talking about packaged meals and stuff like that. They're in the foil packages and stuff. They put Spam in those now.
Yeah.
I know you're not a Spam fan.
I could not do Spam.
Well, they also do the chicken. They do the tuna. They do the salmon. I'm not a salmon fan. I don't like the taste or the smell. So I don't eat salmon. My dad brought salmon home one year when I was a kid. I couldn't hold it down. Jerky. Yes. I'm a firm believer in jerky. But we had some ideas for some of the, was it Bear Creek meals that I think we were discussing?
Yeah, I think it was the Bear Creek.
Yeah, Bear Creek has a lot of different style meals, Doug, that are just add water. They have chili, darn good chili is what I think one of them is called. They have tuna, they got chicken and noodles. They have whole kinds of different styles. Only thing I would do is if I need to get something, I would probably get the chicken and noodle one, and I would probably get some of the prepackaged chicken packets to put in there to make it chicken noodle more chickeny, more protein. Once it's cooking. What do you think?
I do, like the fruit bar / granola bar type thing.
Well, I can only do that for so long.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bear Creek Kitchen, Country Kitchens is the name of the place. It's on the website at bearcreekcountrykitchens.com. You can get like chicken noodle, cheddar broccoli, creamy potato, darn good chili, minestrone, vegetable beef, cheddar potato, tortilla, and creamy wild rice. Now, are they the best ones? Probably not. But are they cheap? Yes. I wouldn't mind trying the chili, but you have problems with the peppers and stuff like that, and the onions.
Yeah, onions is the biggest.
I don't do chunk onions ever. When I ever do onions in one of my meals, like I'm doing my Irish stew, I do the yellow sweet onion, and I finally chop it. I mince it. Had one of those old-fashioned slap chops, if you remember those. It was so fun. It was almost like onion flakes by the time I was done. But because I don't like tasting straight up onion, it's just not my thing. I don't know how allergic you are, or you just don't like them. I'm not sure which.
It's basically I stopped breathing.
Okay, yours is my same with me and nuts and mushrooms.
Yeah.
Now, does everybody have a favorite type of jerky? I mean, brand I'm talking about.
Bacon.
Well, no, who makes it is what I'm talking about. Under brand. Yes, it's true. You do have to have lots of water. But that thing is, well, he and I were thinking, if you got one of the dried vegetable things like these, like soup starter style, just add water meals. You can throw jerky in there. If it's the cube style jerky, you can rehydrate it in your meals to give you a little bit more of a protein kick. And with it already having lots of water involved, then you wouldn't have to worry about it pulling water out of you because you're ingesting it and stuff like that. And one thing to go about salt, it helps you retain water. It's not a diuretic. Now, if you're drinking anything with it, in addition to the soups or something like that, like I will not do powdered milk to save my life. I will not. I have issues with powdered milk. I think I mentioned this to you before, Dan. When I was a kid, I grew up on powdered milk, and I have rickets because of it. Because back in the day, powdered milk did not have vitamin D enriched or anything like that. It was just watered down, white colored water that they called milk. But government cheese was popular, but I don't think we could carry cheese that well, unfortunately. But if you're talking about bacon wise, though, Dan, check out Yoder's bacon. They actually have survival bacon in a can.
Yeah, I seen that. I'm not sure
It's even camouflaged.
how well it would taste.
I will attest. I got some one time, and it doesn't look like much. It looks like your normal standard size can, right? Until you get inside it, because it's wrapped into like a big giant roll of wax paper of pre-cooked bacon that was laid out on wax paper, folded and rolled into a bundle that will fit inside a can. Now, is it cold? Yes. Can you heat it up again? Yes. Is there still enough grease to use for other things? Definitely yes. Because that's a lot of grease and wax paper that you could use as a fire starter. Or if you figure out a way to separate the grease from it, use that for cooking or other uses as well. But I think it's called survival bacon or Yoder's bacon. I'm not sure which.
That would be interesting to try that wrapped up.
The bacon?
And then use the grease as a fire starter.
I'm not sure if it was, I think it might have been Yoder's that I got. It's Yoders, canned bacon. And it was actually in a camouflage can. So I can't remember where I got it or whatever it is, but it's got a smoky flavor and things like that. It's not cheap because it's 9 ounces of fully cooked bacon. but I don't know. Just got to find it.
Oh, they sell it on Amazon, I think. Well, Happy New Year, Doug.
Happy New Year, Doug. It's not quite here yet. We still got another hour here. Yeah, Yoder's comes in a case of Yoder's, 12 cans is $60, but that's 9 ounces of bacon in each can. So 12 times 9 is how many? More than a couple pounds of bacon. But you don't have to eat all at once, but you can actually store away. I would not keep it in your car per se, because I wouldn't want it to have issues because I figured a superheated can of Yoder's bacon in a hot car, I'd expect it to explode. Just saying, because that's a lot of. Though it would be probably nice to open up the can of bacon that's already hot. But we have 59 minutes to go if you can make it, Dan.
I'm trying. It's past my bedtime, but
Oh, it was past my bedtime 2 hours ago. But I said I'm going to go for 5 hours. I am holding on for dear life. I've been yawning. My eyes are burning, but I've got 59 minutes, and I'm going to.
It's a matter of survival.
It is. It's a moral imperative. I'm quoting real genius Val Kilmer on that one. But Happy New Year, brother. Enjoy the new 2025. We're still an hour away. I don't feel like turning on the TV and watching the ball drop and all those other crap. So I'm holding on to 2024 as long as I can. But actually, one of the items that Grace mentions to us that's actually pretty good, Dan, is that hash browns in a carton.
In a carton.
Yeah, it's in a carton. Let me see if I can show it to you as I can find it. Give me a second. It's Hungry Jack. And it's going for like $1.73 a carton. And you basically, it's in a carton like this. Just gonna get it bigger there. You got a line that you see. You just add hot water. Then once it's hydrated, you put hot water in. You let it rehydrate, and it's 100% real potatoes, and it's not too.
And how big is it?
It's not that big. Let me see if I get down here. I'm trying to figure out the size here. Okay. Let me try something I could do with my screen's not letting me do it. It's, oh crap, I'm trying to read it. 7 servings. I'm trying to find out.
That's pretty good size.
Yeah. That's 4.2 ounces per carton. That's dry for $1.73. And what you do once you get it rehydrated, you throw it in your frying pan, let it brown up a little bit, and it's done. So that's it. It's got even a hot water line if you see here. go down here.
That's a
As you-
Walmart.
Yeah, Walmart sells it.
Is it a refrigerated or?
Nope, not refrigerated. It just sits on the count on a. Yeah, I'm not sure what location it is located in, but it's shelf stable. Just go to any Walmart; it'll be there. And here, I'll show.
Yep, commercial. Oh, that's you playing it.
Yep. That's what you do once it's rehydrated. That and a couple eggs to go with that, and some bacon. There you go. You can't beat that. Now, can you?
Yep, they have them at our Walmart. 4.2 ounces.
That's right. I said that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I bet there's people shooting like you wouldn't believe. Just keep your head down, Doug. Because ricochets suck, as well as the what goes up must come down. We're up to 4 people in here. I don't know who the other people are. How the heck?
Four.
Yeah, somebody not talking here somewhere. We got you, me, and Doug, and I don't know who else is here. But what do you think about that the hash browns, though?
I think it's going to be definitely tried on my next trip.
And don't forget about the Ore-Ida instant potatoes. Just add hot water. Those are always good, too. Because you can get all different flavors and everything else. I wouldn't get the family size. Just get the regular size for one person. Because you can mix all kinds of stuff in with the instant potatoes, like jerky and other things. If you like rice, you can do the rice thing same way. I don't. Ramen, if you like that. Not a particular fan of ramen, but it's because the packets are too salty for me. That's the only reason I don't like. I mean, the noodles themselves might be okay, but not so much the packets that come with them.
I've still never had any.
What?
Ramen.
Neither have I. I've tried tasting the broth from it once. I don't eat a lot of salt generally. I do more pepper than salt. But the instant potatoes, the hash browns, I don't do mac and cheese. Even if you do have the cheese packets and stuff, the only reason I do talk about that because if you're in a survival situation, get home bag, get bug out bag situation, you don't want to cook something that takes a lot of time to clean. And if you don't have a lot of water to clean this, like the cheese sauce and stuff out of your equipment.
Definitely.
And so I would stay away from, would you still take the noodles? Definitely take the noodles, but not the sauce or the packets of cheese sauce or whatever you want to use it, the powdered cheese stuff. Now, if you want to, eventually when you get to a base camp where you have time and water to do so, more than power, keep it in with your gear. But because I'm sure that you could probably use a cheese packet for many other items. Now, with the if you have like powdered eggs, the canned bacon, and that hash browns, throw a little bit of cheese sauce in with that. That would be really good for a base camp setup for a breakfast. Cheesy hash browns with eggs and bacon. Probably can't beat it. You could probably use bacon jerky too for yours there, Dan.
Yeah.
Now, if I had a chance to be able to do biscuits and do some like either bannock or something like that. I would try to bring some stuff for doing that because I mean that doesn't take much more than self-rising flour and some salt and water. Ooh, I'm hearing a few shots myself. If
little
you
bit
hear
of
one go through my window, you're
pre-celebration.
going to hit the floor really quick. What do you say?
A little bit of early celebration,
Probably.
or are they celebrating for those that are in the
I don't know.
time zone?
I just heard a couple shots. I'm not going to do it because there's no need. Other things, I mean, tuna packets are great for a while, but make sure you transfer them out of your vehicle at all times because keeping them in your get home bag or something like that where you move it around a lot, I would keep stuff like that in it, but not in your car. Now the hash browns you could probably do, the potato instant potatoes you can do, pancake mix you could probably do, even honey, because honey doesn't. There's nothing you can do to honey to make it not work. Because you can freeze it, you can dry it out. All you do is heat it up and it rehydrates itself. It never goes bad.
Medicinal.
More than there's many items you can do with things you can do with honey. Pure raw honey, not just processed. Make sure it's like organic stuff you get from like a farmer's market or something. But I'll still seal the whatever the container is in some kind of Ziploc bag just in case. But other than that, I mean, I can think of other things you could probably come up with. I've heard somebody mention there was powdered butter, but I don't know anything about that.
Ooh. It's
a government thing. So just like powdered eggs. But most people, what I've talked to, have no issues with powdered eggs. They work. Just rehydrate them.
Yeah.
They cook up just fine. Just stay away from the milk, please. On my account, I'm not a fan of powdered milk. But you can use powdered milk in baking something as an extra ingredient, but don't drink it. But see, what else kind of meals that you'd probably do that are pretty dry? I mean, if you could make biscuits, you know.
I actually like the strawberry oatmeal.
Oatmeal packets. Yes, you mentioned that you like the strawberry ones. I'm a big fan of the maple and brown sugar.
Yeah, that too. But when I take those with me, not only do I take the packets, but I take some additional oatmeal and add that to it. That way I get more volume without.
Well, I generally eat. I get the family pack for myself. You know, the volume. You know, and I do 2 packets at a time.
Yeah, but if you can add the.
I can't eat more than 2.
Regular.
I can't eat more than 2. So
I'm a big belly boy. So.
Well, with me being the way I am right now, it doesn't take much to stuff me.
Yeah.
You know, when I eat, I mean, literally, tonight I had a couple breadsticks and a slice and a half of pizza, and I was stuffed. You know, that's pretty much it. Yeah. But trying to, besides the normal jerky stuff that we were discussing, you could use like Slim Jims, but I would say you have to slice Slim Jims up quite a bit to make them decent in cooking.
Yeah, I'm not a very big Slim Jim fan.
Well, it's meat. I mean, if you could peel it like a banana,
yeah,
the internal core is fine. It's just the texture of the outer core sucks. You know? But I would stay away like things of like Vienna sausages. Same thing. It's a lot of mess.
Salty.
Way salty.
Yeah.
Unless you have access to a lot of water. But generally, you're going to probably need at least this much for something like that. instead of just using your standard 32-ounce bottle. Now, you maybe if you got your bug out bag and you have a hydration bladder that holds like say 3 liters, you might hold more than this. But myself, I carry both my hydration bladder plus one of these, because when I get to camp, I don't want to have to try to drink out of my water bladder when I could just drink out of this.
Yeah, see, I've got the same pack you got, and I want to get the holders for each side.
Mine comes with it, so
the water bottles.
Oh yeah, I can get some additional ones for that. My water bottle will fit in there, but it's a tight fit on the side pockets. But I end up putting them in the main pouch next to my water bladder anyway. But because I can't reach back far enough to get them out of my pouch.
These new ones I've got, they're pretty nice.
Well, I mean,
remember the bottle that I gave Ian that he lost?
That I end up having to replace?
They're that style of bottle. I got 2 new ones of those.
He still has it.
Those were on clearance at Walmart for $5. $20 bottle.
Well, I ended up finding one while it's still on sale to replace it.
Oh, nice.
So when we got home, he went frantic looking for it. Actually, when we got back to camp, we went back to where we were parked, and it was gone. Someone took it from the parking lot. So it didn't even make it to our main encampment. But like I said, you carry one of these in addition to your water bladder, because when you're moving, your water bladder is your friend because you don't want to stop. But as soon as you get to somewhere stopping, you can't be straight drinking out of your water bladder all the time, because you don't have the, you want to get that off your back, cool down, relax. Then you can sip on one of these once you have it filled up with filtered water. And you don't hear people talk about having an additional, drinking setup when you're in camp, or if they're doing a Sawyer squeeze as a gravity feed situation. I did hear that you could probably use yours as a gravity feed setup, but it takes a little bit of finesse.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how, to be honest. So that's something you might want to consider doing a video on, maybe. Because, personally, I think live straws suck, no pun intended, because I don't like having my face that close to dirty water. And the fact is, if I want to cook, if I need to cook something that requires water, I have no way of transferring it from other than my mouth. But with the Sawyer Mini like I've got, I could fill up
always take
a smart water bottle, then squeeze it into that way.
You could always take a plastic bag or something, do the.
It's still a little confused. It's a little, it's not as easy as it could be, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like I said, with the Sawyer Mini that I've got, get me a smart water bottle of a decent size, fill that up with dirty water, then I could squeeze the water into my pot, into my bottles, like this, or even to my water bladder. That way I can have time to do other things.
Well, I told you about the kit that why I could never remember that guy's name.
Describe him.
He does a lot of. I think I mentioned to you, and you hadn't heard of him, but he does. Just a lot of reviews from his garage of different products.
Oh, I remember you talking about that. I can't remember his name though.
Like the cheapest survival kit you can get on Amazon.
Right.
And then he bought the 7-day one, and the straw or the not necessarily a straw, but it was one that you could fit on a water bottle.
Right.
And he ended up having to go to a bigger water bottle than just your standard what you might find, because I mean you're probably not going to run across a lot of 2 liter bottles. It did fit on a 2 liter bottle, but a 16 ounce it did not.
Well, with mine, it comes with a little 16-ounce little bladder, which I'm probably going to end up chucking because I need something bigger. They do have a 1-gallon gravity feed setup, filtration setup. It's like $41.85 on Amazon, which is not necessarily bad. It's, that way you can hang it up and you'll take your time. You still get water no matter what. You can do a whole bunch of water at once, which makes sense in the long run, especially if you're in a base camp situation. I hate to say this, Doug. If you happen to eat Slim Jims to survive, that's pretty much in a survival situation. So if you're going to go out, at least you're going to go out with something tasty.
Tyler Tube.
Huh?
Tyler Tube. That's the channel.
Okay. Now, other things that you can also put in your kit: beef bouillon cubes and chicken bouillon cubes. Now, they are extremely salty, just like they would be for the ramen stuff. But they're made to do stuff by the gallon, not for the small pint or cup. So don't try to drink that stuff. It's like drinking salt water, seawater. You don't really want to do that, because that could shut down your kidneys and everything else. But to help do stews and stuff like that with re-dried. Okay, you and I think I showed you, or at least talked to you about that one vegetarian dehydrated food stuff that we said we could put into sealable bags and take it with you in portions. I don't do Tabasco. It's too spicy for me. Give me a second here. I can't find it right away. Other than I know it was mentioned to be. It was in a container that was used for vegetarians and stuff like that. But he basically pour it out into another container to use. But I can't figure out what it's called. Okay, Nature Jam has got a good one. Dried vegetables flakes, which would be great for if you're vegan. Great, but if you're not, you can throw in some jerky or Slim Jims or whatever you have on you. And if you're a fan of Spam, you don't discount Spam if you don't have a choice. Some meat's better than none at all. You know that, Dan. It's probably the jelly part that you don't like when you open up the can and there's just sticking to it. Is it too salty?
All around.
Well, do you know what they make different flavors now?
I can't imagine a flavor of Spam that would be appealing.
Well, on that note, because I'm just kind of be weird.
Let me guess, you're going to find a bacon Spam.
They do have a bacon Spam. They do. Spam.com. Okay, there's classic spam, spam light, 25 less sodium spam, which is probably what I did up go with. They got one, it's called kwakojang, whatever that is, Korean barbecue, maple flavored, spam made with real Hormel bacon. So bacon spam, turkey, roasted oven turkey spam, hickory smoke flavored spam, hot and spicy spam, jalapeno spam, teriyaki spam.
Sound like
Bubble gum.
friend.
Yep. Tocino seasoning spam, classic spam singles, and both light and classic, and the classic 7-ounce spam and 25% sodium spam. But there's a couple that were in the little packages like I just told you about earlier. But bacon spam is a thing. The most favorite thing I can do is probably Hormel chili. I do make a mean chili, and I do have a recipe for you if you want it, Doug. I even got a picture of it. I think I showed you this before, Dan. My Green Arrows chili recipe. Sorry. It's Oliver Queen's stupendous chili recipe, just like Mom used to make. I will send you a copy. I'll find you the link and send you the link. But Green Arrows chili is what it is. And it is amazing chili. I make my version of it. Here's the link for that, just in case you're wondering. And if you want to see it, here it is. Now, I'll see if I can get that. It's not working. But here's the recipe. It's got like half-pound sirloin chunks, cumin, paprika, cayenne, onion, which you don't have to put in there if you don't want to there, Dan. But
so it's not in it already.
No, you have to add it. You have to make it yourself.
Okay.
There is a story about this chili, by the way. It was first mentioned in 1971 in a Green Arrow issue about Green Arrow's chili is the hottest chili in the DC universe. Yet the recipe itself did not appear until about 81 or so. I think it's listed in here somewhere about the history of it, where it came from and everything else. But it is the only chili to let's see here. When Batman was made a godlike being to remind Batman that he was a human and brought him back to his senses was Green Arrow's chili. And only 3 people can eat it in the DC universe. Ollie himself, Batman, but he says it needs crackers, and Black Canary, because she's used to, eating it with him. But if you look at the recipe picture that I posted, give me a second here. You can see the people around the table trying to eat his chili. And there's only one person besides Batman and Ollie himself who are just dealing with it. Ollie himself, as you can see, Black Canary and Batman there, he says, could use more crackers. He can tolerate it, but even Superman has to blow on it to get it, to be able to eat it. And I said, and this one here is one of my favorite parts. Green Lantern says, I don't have the willpower to eat this. And Flash says, thanks, Ollie. Now I have something to use against Captain Cold. And Martian Manhunter can't eat it because it tastes like fire.
Roll back down to his hands.
Whose?
A little bit further. There's a lot of fingers in those hands.
Oh, that's because he's moving his hands really fast to fan out the
okay.
Philly. He is the Flash after all. And you know, like I said, Batman says could use more crackers. And look at it. You know, Black Canary's just taking it with stride, and Ollie's smiling. But remember, this was an old school recipe from way back in the day, and it's not been updated. Okay, because a lot of the stuff back in the day are not as hot as a lot of the stuff is now. So some of the ingredients could be swapped out for proper ingredients to make it truly hot. So when I was looking through this, when I first saw this recipe, I make mine as close to this as I physically can. And I still, there's someone who has actually made it like it says here, and says it's a very highly flavorful chili. But some of the stuff I've never heard of before, like Gephardt chili powder. Right there. I have never heard of that. California chili powder. Hot. Never heard of that. Hot New Mexico chili powder. Cliff has never even heard of that one.
Huh.
But you got your pound and a half of sirloin chunks. So you're not doing like you're doing chunked meat, like beef stew meat. Then you got your cumin, your paprika, the cayenne, the onion. Like I said, you don't have to add that if you don't want to. I generally don't. Green pepper, I do add because I like the flavor of green pepper because it's not hot. It's just flavorful. Mixed garlic, I don't add. The ground pepper, yes. Salt, I don't use. Basil, I do. I try to do my own versions of those three there because I can't always find those. The canned tomatoes, stewed tomatoes, Jenny doesn't like those, but I do my best. And the cans of tomato sauce and the red kidney beans, the brown sugar and Tabasco, just a little bit, and a half a cup of water. And there's what it says for garnish, right there. And it tells you how to make it on this side right here. It's a really good recipe, folks. You cannot go wrong with this recipe. Now, I have yet to find someone who truly updated this recipe, because it needs to be updated, because I do know without a doubt that recipe, the hot peppers and stuff that they mentioned in there they're not even on the list of Scoville compared to some of the new stuff out there. Now, if you made it according to as hot as DC Universe states it should be, I'm not sure if anybody could even touch it. But they don't ever say how he ever came by that recipe. But there's an episode or issue comic where he and Black Canary or Batman are together, are staking out this apartment, and they're waiting for this guy to show up. So Ollie gets hungry, he starts making chili in this guy's in his kitchen for no reason. He starts making chili. And when the guy shows up, here's Green Arrow sitting at his kitchen table eating a bowl of chili that he made. It sounded like I'm not sure if it's cowboy chili per se, but they don't mention where he gets the recipe from, because Oliver Queen was stuck on an island for 5 years, and he didn't know how to cook for himself until then, because he was a playboy. And it's one of those things that you never know, till you try it out. And you can adjust the recipe if you want, Dan. Because I mean, I don't like it overly hot, but if you make it with the ingredients you have, it is a very flavorful chili, which is really nice. Just a hint of spice to let it know it's there, but not enough to, close off your lungs.
I could just do a Hormel chili.
Okay, there's a Wolf brand chili. It's got a little bit of a kick to it. You could try that one too.
I remember Wolf brand chili distinctly.
You got to make sure you
Brings-
get the regular, not the hot, because there is a
brings
difference.
back less than fond memories as a child.
Wolf brand chili, they still have it at Walmart. They have they have to put hot on one of the cans, because if you get the wrong can, it is definitely spicy. But a regular can of Wolf brand chili is spicy. Not super hot, but spicy for me. Hormel is good, but you always got to add some extra stuff to it to make it taste better.
Yeah, Wolf brand chili used to be a
Staple?
no, something that was used for teasing when I was young.
For what? For what? I didn't hear what you said.
It was something that was used for teasing.
Teasing?
Taunting.
For what?
Yeah.
Remember, I'm hard of hearing a little bit, so I'm trying to.
Somehow the kids in grade school put together my last name associated with Wolfie, because my last name is Wolsey.
Right. Okay. Well, this is yours wasn't as bad as my real first name, which you already know. And that's worse than yours by far. So that's why I go by my middle name.
I don't like my middle name.
Well, mine's right here.
Yeah.
Now, was that always my middle name? No. It became my middle name when I got married, because one thing you can do when you get married, you can change your name. And there's no law against you changing your own name. So I changed my middle name. Yep. That's, like I said, this was originally mentioned back in 71. There's more details to it, the history of it and everything else, but it's a good chili, and you could probably find find videos of people making it here on YouTube. So, and they've got a good reviews on that current recipe as it stands. It's a really good recipe. It's not the editor that came up with that recipe did a really, really good job on that setup. Now, chunked sirloin and everything, I would definitely probably do that, because it's really, really good. Now, the only other recipe I can think I'd do, it's not chili, mind you, is my Irish stew. And I kind of changed that one a little bit, because I don't like lamb it's a flavor texture thing, but I do like the beef stew meat, which I swap out for that, because also beef stew meat is a lot cheaper than lamb any day. And I make enough, like a 5-gallon pot of it. And every time I've made it, it's never made it to the second day. Especially when I make it for crowds. So I got to make sure I eat first, no matter what happens. Otherwise, I don't eat. I've never had bison. I've had bison jerky, but not in a chunk bison or anything like that. I do know there's a jerky place in Des Moines over by Bass Pro in the outlet mall there that has a lot of exotic jerkies and stuff, including ostrich and other things like that might have bison. I would probably go. I mean, I would love to try making a chili with the chunk bison or chunk. I don't know if it's straight up buffalo or not. But I cook for bigger amounts of people than probably Dan does. He cooks for himself, basically. So, and my family loves the food. When I make them in big batches, I call the cooking I do, Dan, not cowboy cooking or anything like that. I call mine bachelor cooking, because you learn how to cook certain things really well as a bachelor. And one of my favorite things, everybody here knows what it is. What's my one thing I talk about on this channel?
Pepsi.
No,
It's the one thing you talk about.
grilled cheese.
Yeah.
I am very fond of my grilled cheese. And I'm a big fan of grilled cheese. And there's nothing that beats, comfort food wise, is a good grilled cheese sandwich. And you can't tell me otherwise.
I made tonight my, I guess you call it, like a rotel dip. Is
I've heard people making stuff like that for like dipping it for grilled cheese and stuff like that. I've also seen people do that with what do they call it? The roast beef sandwiches and stuff like that.
The dip I make is even good if you're having hamburgers, putting it on top of the hamburger.
I've heard of people doing that. I've never done that.
It is.
Jenny has done like A1 steak sauce on her burgers before.
Most people, when they hear what's in it, are like, oh, no way I would eat anything like that. And then when they try it, next get together, they're like, are you going to make some? Are you bringing it?
Well, it's like someone making venison chili at an event. Or in our case, Deb bringing her quail.
Yeah.
So we would go out of our way for, her quail. But it's got to be made the way Jason made it, because I think Jason used his own seasoning for that.
I don't know what he did, but it was sure good.
Yeah. I've never done homemade tomato soup. I generally use Campbell's. But I do the condensed soup, no milk, no water, just condensed. I like mine thick. But since I'm losing weight, I can't eat that much. If I do two grilled cheese sandwiches, I'm doing great. I mean, with half a cup of milk, that's all I can do, because my weight is like straight down because of my medication. But I'd love to see you do a grilled cheese sandwich there, Doug. Have you done one, Dan?
I have not done the challenge yet. But,
I did give a suggestion to Scott that you might want to try.
What's that?
You ever seen those pie makers, the square pie makers that you put in campfires for making?
Oh yeah,
pie?
Yeah.
Use one of those to make your grilled cheese. That way you can do it outside. And everybody has their favorite kind of cheeses that they like to use. I like using a combo amount of cheese, because I will tell you this: Jenny got the pull of a lifetime the other day when I made her grilled cheese. It was literally that wide from her sandwich. And I made mine. It was pretty similar. I mean, it was well over a foot in the cheese pull, because I mean, we have categories of what you get. It's got to be lightly golden brown. It's got to be, the cheese has got to be melted, obviously. It doesn't matter if you use butter, mayonnaise, or oleo, or whatever people decide to use for their deal. But I'm a Swiss and a mild cheddar fan. Jenny made a sharp cheddar, and I gotta check. It's in the fridge. Oh, frack. Ow. That hurts. My left knee does not want to move. This is what I used to make the grilled cheese lately. Because I asked her to get me some grilled cheese, so she got fancy grilled cheese. Fancy cheese. To me, it's great value, but she did it. Started with a mild cheddar, which is not bad. I like mild cheddar, and a Colby Jack, and that on wheat bread using country crock butter. By the way, if you let the butter sit on your counter for a little bit and let it melt a little bit, when it's really soft, it spreads a lot better and it cooks up a lot faster. And also, don't forget, if you're using cast iron, preheat your cast iron and keep it moving. I flip mine without a spatula, one-handed. It's just the way I do things because I like, flipping my grilled cheese naturally. And it does make nice golden brown grilled cheese. So,
Well, I've got an idea for one to try. But
go for it.
wait.
I mean, there's no
Gotta
wrong
wait
answer, with the exception of the one that Cliff did. There's almost no wrong answer.
Yeah, but I've got to wait till spring to.
Why?
I do it on my camping trip.
You can do it, as a your truck thing. You do it off the back of your tailgate if you want to.
Yeah, but I want to do it as a camping thing.
Who says you have to wait? The midwinter, deal.
The weather.
I'm actually taking shots from a doctor, and I'm down 42 pounds so far. I'm down from 275.4 from 317. That's in a couple of months. And I don't have my surgery till February 28th. By that time, I should be down in the 250s somewhere, if not below that, which means I've lost 2 pant sizes so far. If I lose 2 more pant sizes, I'm going to have to buy new pants, which is going to suck because I haven't wore anything in the 40s range in years. But I'm not sure what you're going to do. I look forward to whatever video you do, though, Dan.
I have to try that.
Which one?
What Doug said.
Oh, that equate, whatever that is.
Yeah.
They got, like I said, they got me on special shots. I got to take once a week. I got to stick it into my belly.
Ooh.
It doesn't hurt as much as you think. But if I keep on losing weight like I am, I might not have much of a belly left by the time
I got 3 things I'm allergic to:
needles,
onions, peppers, and needles.
As a medic, I'm pretty much immune to the needles. I mean, if somebody's doing something wrong when they're giving me a shot or something, I will let them know. But generally, this one here is an auto injector. You don't feel it because you unlock it, you stick it to your stomach, push the button, and that's 10 seconds later it clicks again, and you let it sit for a full 10 seconds, and you're done.
Yeah, I'd be done if I get stuck with a needle.
It doesn't hurt. I don't put it in the same spot every time. I switch sides, obviously, but it's not that bad.
I used to always say
may be making grilled cheese tomorrow.
Pain don't hurt, people do. But
pain is just weakness leaving the body.
Yeah.
Oh, he's making too much off of you there, Doug. Mine is paid for by a workman's comp because they have to get my weight down for surgery. But I'm going to lose as much weight as I physically can. I mean, I'm at a size 48 right now. And if I get down to a 40 or 38, that'd be amazing. But I'd have to buy new clothes because I wouldn't have anything that fit me. I haven't been in that sizes in years. But as soon as my surgery's over, then I'm going to have to bust my butt to get myself back into shape for hiking and backpacking and bushcraft stuff, because my endurance is going to probably be next to nothing. My strength is going to be mostly there, but not quite there. But I'm going to take my backpack full of gear once they say I can lift again, and start doing my 5-mile hikes every day with full pack. There goes the shots right now. I can hear them. It's still 9 more minutes to go. I'm hearing some right now.
I can't hear them because these are noise canceling for outside, and then I'm also below ground.
No, this one here, I can hear it out my front window. It's up somewhere up north, because we're on the south side of town. So far, I went from a 52 to a 48, and I still got 2 months to go. And then once they replace my knee with titanium, I'm going to lose weight there too, because titanium is a lot lighter than my bone. So I'm thinking if I'm at a 48 now, I should be down to a 40 to 38 by the time I'm done. I'm just going to have to buy new clothes, though. But on a good note, I can actually get clothes that actually fit my legs, because my legs are short. And the average size of length you can get at Walmart is 30, and 28s are hard to come by. But it will mean I can do a lot more stuff as I'm that light, too. I'll be faster. I'm going to make sure I can pull my bows back and backpack and stuff. We get 8 more minutes. We're almost there, Doug. We're almost there, Dan. I know he was there over an hour, almost an hour ago, but you and I are holding strong. Ian? Hey, bud? Ian is still awake. I don't know if he knows what time it is yet. But Jenny went to sleep a while ago. But my legs are bouncing here. And the thing is, I could not finish my soda, because I'm not sure what it is, Dan. Is that the medication that he got me on? I can't handle artificial sweeteners. I'm okay with real sugar in my coffee, but not sodas.
Yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it any sodas, coffee, none of that. I can't do artificial sweeteners.
Not me either. Not even what was that one they got? They say it's supposed to be it's supposed to be a natural sweetener, but but I can't remember what it's called. But they said, oh, it's just like sugar. Nothing's just like sugar. I don't care what you say. So, but you can use honey. Not the same thing. The taste is different. Honey tastes like honey, not like sugar. Now, I heard beet sugar tastes like sugar, with a little bit of a difference, that it's purple, but it's still sugar. Now, I'm about 25 pounds from 250. If I get down there far, I'll be really happy. But I got 2 months to go, so that's a lot of things could happen between now and then. Oh, wow. Something big and bad is coming your way there, Doug. The alligators are coming out of the swamp. Or the skunk ape or whatever it is that they have down that way.
Or drones.
Huh?
Or drones.
No, I'm thinking about swamp apes or whatever they have down that way. We don't have anything like that here. You're supposed to be a mythical creature in your state, I think, right?
I know you're not talking about corn monkeys.
Not corn monkey. Give me a second here. The one thing we have is we have two. We have the Van Meter Visitor and the Okoboji Lake Monster.
I have not heard of those.
They're not common. I've heard of the Van Meter Visitor, but there's a festival that they celebrate it and everything. It's supposed to be like a half human, half creature with bat-like wings, a horn, and a foul smell. First reported being spotted in 1903 on the top of a building.
Sounds like a guy I went to high school with.
The Okoboji Lake Monster is a giant fish-like creature said to live in Spirit Lake. It's part Native American legend, part tourist industry invention. Connection to the Gulf of Mexico. Some say the Iowa Great Lakes are connected to the Gulf of Mexico by a large underground river, which could give the Okoboji Lake Monster access to the ocean. That's all I know. But the Van Meter Mystery thing, as no one knows anything about it other than some daft ideas and stuff like that. It says it's a bizarre blend of man and bat, reportedly prowled the town with a horn capable of casting a blinding light. The Van Meter Visitor wasn't just a one-night wonder, yet the winged anomaly made itself known over several nights. So there's that. And we have 3 minutes to go, folks. Count them 3 minutes. Or 2 minutes, according to up here, but I'm going down my clock down here at the bottom of my screen. So 2 more minutes go. So let me put the cheese back in my freezer along with my Pepsi so I can save it for tomorrow. And I'm going to see if I can get my boy to come in here.
Let's say Happy New Year to the folks. They just got home.
We're getting close, folks. We got 1 minute, according to my screen down at the bottom of the screen. So
that's what I got on my phone. So
I'm not sure what my phone says because my phone died earlier. So
59.
Yeah, that's what I've got down here. So it's close, folks. And as soon as this goes, we're going to be counting out. There's Ian.
Hey, Ian.
Hello.
He's in here for the last minute of 2024.
You wish.
You'll never see this year again.
Nope.
You'll see me next year.
Ian says he's out of here until next year.
They'll watch him poke his head in.
Happy
1
New
second.
Year,
There it is.
Dan and
Happy
Doug.
New Year. Happy New
Welcome
Year
to
everyone.
2025, folks. It took me 5 hours to do it, but I am here with my co-host and our friend from Florida, Doug. So thank you all for coming. I think we're going to be ending it now because we are all hanging on a thread. Doug has been up longer than most of us because he's an hour ahead of us.
Yep.
So
Much
thank you all.
appreciated, Doug.
Thank you for being here, brother. We have some planning to do between now and then. You can do your grilled cheese challenge or something like that. We got to figure out something we can get together with. If I can find something over in eastern Iowa, would that be close enough or no?
As far as a camp or something
Yeah.
like that.
Or I can go try southeast Iowa. Might be a little closer. I don't know of any big places down that way, though. But I do know there's supposed to be some trout stuff down that way, maybe. But not as good as Yellow River, though.
Yeah.
But we'll discuss it more down the line. I look forward to your grilled cheese video when you do finally do it. And I am exhausted. I didn't think I'd make it, but 5 hours.
Yeah.
And we still showing up here at the top of my screen. It's showing me still got 4 people in here. I have no idea who the 4 people are.
Yeah.
But
well, somebody turned it on and left it playing.
Doug says, "How's it going, Dan?" is what he says.
Yeah.
So he said that, and
He said that a little while ago.
A minute before everything hit. But I'm hearing shotgun stuff outside my window and stuff. But I will see you tomorrow or whenever it is that we're going to be doing next. I'm taking a break. I do believe Jason's going to try to be on.
Okay.
I can't tell you what he's going to be doing or anything like that, other than he's still recovering from his flu. But thank you guys for coming. I really appreciate it. It's been a wonderful year for everybody. With the exception of my knee being injured, the weight loss thing is the best thing so far. Be well, be safe. I love you guys. And I'm out of here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.